Hello everyone, and welcome back to Shadows of Truth. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I would love it if you leave a comment letting me know where you are listening from. Let's start with our first story today. The forest was quiet, far too quiet. The usual hum of life, chirping insects, rustling leaves, distant calls of birds, was absent, replaced by an eerie stillness that pressed against my ears. The path beneath my boots was overgrown and faint, as if even nature itself avoided this place. I had heard the warnings, the legends of the woods, and the things that lurked within them, but curiosity had won over caution. I was here to find the truth. The stories spoke of the Pale Man, a creature neither dead nor alive, who roamed the forest in search of trespassers. They said he could mimic voices, call you deeper into the woods until you were hopelessly lost. And when he found you, you would never leave. But stories are just stories. Or so I thought. The deeper I ventured, the darker the forest became. The sunlight struggled to pierce the canopy, casting strange shadows that seemed to writhe and shift. The air grew colder, and an unnatural fog began to creep along the ground, curling around my ankles like spectral fingers. I tightened my grip on the small flashlight in my hand, its beam cutting a narrow path through the gloom. It started as a faint sound, a distant lilting melody carried on the wind. I stopped in my tracks, straining to hear. It was a voice, singing softly, the words indistinct but beckoning. "Hello?" I called out, the sound of my own voice startling in the oppressive silence. The singing stopped. My heart thudded in my chest, and I turned in a slow circle, the flashlight trembling in my hand. There was no one there. "Help me," a voice whispered, so close it could have been in my ear. I spun around, but the fog was thick, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice shaking. No response. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees leaning in as if to listen. I pressed forward, my footsteps crunching on the brittle undergrowth. The voice came again, a plaintive cry for help, distant yet unnervingly clear. Against every instinct, I followed it. The fog thickened, and the trees grew gnarled and twisted, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal hands. The path disappeared entirely, but the voice led me onward, deeper into the heart of the forest. Then I saw it, a figure standing just ahead, shrouded in the mist. It was tall and unnaturally thin, its limbs elongated and wrong. Its back was turned to me, its head cocked to one side as if listening. "Hello?" I called out again, though my voice was barely a whisper. The figure didn't move. I stepped closer, my heart hammering in my chest. "Are you okay?" The figure turned. My breath caught in my throat. Its face, if it could even be called that, was pale and featureless, a smooth expanse of skin stretched tight over a skull-like shape. It had no eyes, no mouth, yet I felt its gaze, cold and piercing, boring into me. My body froze, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. "Help me," it said again, the words emerging not from a mouth, but from everywhere at once. The voice was layered, an unnatural chorus of tones that didn't belong together. Its head tilted further, almost unnaturally so, as if curious. Then it moved. The Pale Man's motions were fluid, yet wrong, as if each joint bent just slightly in the wrong direction. It took a step toward me, and I stumbled backward, my legs finally obeying. I turned and ran, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly in the darkness. The fog seemed to thicken, the forest shifting and twisting around me. The path was gone, replaced by an endless maze of trees. Behind me, I could hear it, the soft rustling of leaves, the faint crunch of undergrowth beneath inhuman feet. It wasn't running, just walking, but its steps were steady, relentless. The voice came again, now ahead of me. "Help me!" It was my own voice this time, a perfect mimicry. I faltered, my mind reeling. "Help me!" it repeated, closer now, echoing from all directions. I pushed onward, my lungs burning, my legs trembling with exhaustion. The forest seemed alive, its branches clawing at me, the roots rising to trip me. My flashlight flickered, the beam growing weaker with each passing moment. The pale man's presence was suffocating, an unseen weight pressing down on me. I could feel it behind me, its eyeless gaze drilling into my back. I burst into a small clearing, my chest heaving. In the center stood a weathered stone altar, covered in strange symbols that seemed to writhe and shift when I looked at them. A faint, otherworldly light emanated from the cracks in the stone, pulsing like a heartbeat. Desperation clawed at me, and I approached the altar, drawn by a force I couldn't explain. The pale man stepped into the clearing, its movements slow and deliberate. It didn't speak this time. It didn't need to. The air grew colder, and the light from the altar dimmed as it approached. My flashlight sputtered and died, leaving me in near total darkness. I could hear it now, the soft rasp of its breath, the creak of its unnatural joints as it moved closer. With trembling hands, I reached out to the altar, hoping, praying that it held some kind of salvation. My fingers brushed the stone, and a searing pain shot through my hand. The symbols flared to life, burning brightly for a brief moment before fading into darkness. The pale man stopped, its head tilting again as if in curiosity. Then, without warning, it lunged. Pain exploded in my chest as its cold, skeletal hands gripped me. The world tilted, and I was falling, the darkness swallowing me whole. The last thing I saw was its face, pale and featureless, as it leaned close, as if to study me. And then there was nothing. I woke up on the edge of the forest, the morning sun filtering through the trees. My body ached, and my clothes were torn and bloodied, though I had no memory of how I got there. The forest was quiet, peaceful even, as if the horrors of the night had been a dream. But when I looked down at my hand, I saw it. A single blackened mark etched into my skin, the same symbol I had seen on the altar. The pale man had let me go, but as I stood there, staring at the cursed forest, I knew it wasn't over. It had marked me, and it was only a matter of time before it came back. Let's continue with next story. The wind howled through the abandoned asylum, carrying with it the scent of decay and damp stone. I'd always known that Ravenswood Asylum was a bad place, a place people whispered about in the dead of night. It had been shuttered for decades, the site of unspeakable horrors before it was finally closed. But tonight, I was here, flashlight in hand, to uncover the truth. The main hall was a cavern of shadows, the moonlight spilling through broken windows in jagged patches. The air was thick, heavy with a stillness that felt alive. My footsteps echoed against the cracked tiles as I moved deeper into the building. I told myself it was just an old building, empty and harmless, but my pounding heart betrayed me. They called it the House of Echoes for a reason. Stories of disembodied voices, footsteps in the dark, and the wails of the damned had given Ravenswood its infamous nickname. The skeptics said it was the acoustics, the way sound bounced off the walls. But those who dared enter spoke of something else, something alive. My goal was the third floor, where the patients had been kept. The local legend was clear. Room 306 was cursed. They said no one who entered that room ever left the same. Some vanished altogether, others emerged broken, speaking in whispers of things that couldn't possibly exist. The stairs creaked under my weight as I ascended, the sound unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. On the second floor landing, I paused, shining my flashlight down the corridor. The beam revealed rows of empty rooms, their doors ajar like gaping mouths. The air was colder here, and I could see my breath misting in front of me. A faint sound reached my ears. It was distant, indistinct, like a child's laughter mixed with the crackle of static. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. "Hello!" I called out, my voice trembling. The sound stopped. The silence that followed was even more unsettling. I continued upward, gripping the flashlight so tightly my knuckles ached. The third floor was worse than I'd imagined. The walls were covered in strange symbols, scratched deep into the plaster. They spiraled and twisted, shapes that seemed to move when I stared too long. The air was stifling, heavy with an unnameable dread. Room 306 was at the end of the hall. The door was different from the others, reinforced with iron bands and a small viewing window that had been shattered long ago. My flashlight flickered as I approached, the beam growing weaker with each step. The laughter returned, louder this time and closer. I reached the door, my hand trembling as I grasped the handle. It was cold, far colder than it should have been. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was empty, or so it seemed at first. The walls were bare, the floor littered with broken glass and debris. But the feeling was immediate and overwhelming. A presence, oppressive and suffocating. I felt eyes on me, though I was alone. "Leave," a voice whispered, so close it could have been in my ear. I spun around, the flashlight beam darting across the room, but there was no one there. "Leave now." The door slammed shut behind me, the sound reverberating like a gunshot. Panic set in as I tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The laughter erupted again, this time from every corner of the room. It was high-pitched, maniacal, and inhuman. My flashlight died, plunging me into darkness. In the pitch black, the whispers began. Dozens of voices, overlapping and incomprehensible, surrounded me. They grew louder, more insistent, until they were a deafening roar. I dropped the flashlight, clapping my hands over my ears. But it didn't help. The voices were inside my head. A light flared to life, blinding and unnatural. It came from the center of the room, where a figure now stood. It was humanoid but wrong. Its limbs were too long, its movements jerky and unnatural. Its face was a shifting void, features appearing and disappearing like static on an old television. It reached for me, and the room seemed to close in around us. "You came," it said, its voice a chorus of tones, male and female, young and old. "You shouldn't have come." I stumbled back, tripping over debris and falling to the floor. The figure loomed over me, its presence overwhelming. I felt my mind unraveling, my thoughts scattering like leaves in a storm. Images flashed before me, faces I didn't recognize, places I'd never been, and horrors I couldn't comprehend. The figure bent down, its featureless face inches from mine. "You belong to us now," it whispered. The next thing I knew, I was outside, lying on the cold ground. The asylum loomed above me, its windows dark and uninviting. My flashlight was gone and my hands were empty. I scrambled to my feet, my mind racing. Had it been real? Had I imagined it all? But as I turned to leave, I saw it. Scratched into the skin of my arm were the same symbols that covered the walls of the third floor. They pulsed faintly, a dull red glow that faded as I stared. The whispers were still there, faint but persistent, at the edge of my hearing. I left Ravenswood Asylum that night, but it didn't leave me. The symbols remained, burned into my flesh and my mind. The laughter followed me, echoing in the corners of empty rooms, in the dead of night. And sometimes when I closed my eyes, I saw the figure waiting for me in the darkness. I thought I could find the truth. Instead, the truth found me, and it would never let go. Let's move to another story now. The forest was alive with whispers. They weren't the soft rustlings of wind through the leaves or the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. These whispers carried words, fragmented sentences that danced on the edge of comprehension. They beckoned, pulling me deeper into the woods, away from the safety of the trail. It had started as a camping trip with friends. We'd set up camp near Blackthorn Hollow, a secluded stretch of wilderness known for its dense trees and eerie beauty. Local legends painted the hollow as haunted, but we'd laughed it off. Stories of vengeful spirits and cursed groves seemed like perfect fodder for campfire tales. Nothing more. That first night, We'd sat around the fire, the glow painting our faces in flickering orange and gold. Sam, ever the skeptic, had taken it upon himself to mock the legends. "A forest that eats people?" he'd said with a grin. "Come on, the scariest thing out here is probably a raccoon." But as the hours crept by, something changed. The laughter faded, replaced by an uneasy silence. The fire's warmth seemed to diminish, the air growing colder despite the lack of wind. And then we heard it, a faint, melodic hum that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves. We dismissed it as our imaginations, the result of too many ghost stories and too little sleep. But the hum persisted, growing louder as the night wore on. By dawn, it had faded, leaving behind an unshakable sense of unease. The second night, we heard the whispers. I woke to find the fire nearly extinguished, the embers glowing faintly in the darkness. The others were still asleep, their breathing slow and steady. At first, I thought the sound was part of a dream. It was soft, almost gentle, like a lullaby sung just out of earshot. But as I sat up, the words became clearer. "Come closer." I froze, my heart pounding. The voice was neither male nor female, its tone soothing and insistent. I scanned the campsite, expecting to see one of my friends playing a prank. But the whispers seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Come closer." The third night, Sam disappeared. We'd spent the day searching for the source of the whispers, determined to prove there was a rational explanation. But the deeper we ventured into the forest, the stronger the whispers became. They seemed to wrap around us, weaving through the trees like an invisible fog. By dusk, we'd given up, returning to camp empty-handed and more unsettled than ever. When I woke in the middle of the night, Sam's sleeping bag was empty. His boots were gone, his flashlight missing. At first, we thought he'd wandered off to relieve himself, but as the minutes stretched into hours, panic set in. We called his name, our voices echoing through the trees, but there was no response. The whispers returned, louder now, almost frantic. They seemed to mock us, repeating Sam's name in tones that shifted between urgency and malice. We huddled together, too afraid to leave the campsite, too afraid to stay. By morning, we decided to leave. Sam's disappearance was unexplainable, and the forest no longer felt like a place for the living. But the forest had other plans. The trail we'd followed to the hollow was gone. In its place was a maze of trees, their gnarled branches twisting together to form an impenetrable canopy. The sunlight barely penetrated the darkness, casting everything in a perpetual twilight. The whispers were constant now, a cacophony of voices that filled the air like a swarm of insects. We walked for hours, each step taking us deeper into the unknown. The trees seemed to shift when we weren't looking, paths closing behind us and new ones opening ahead. The forest was alive, and it didn't want us to leave. One by one, the others vanished. First was Rachel, her scream cutting through the whispers before being abruptly silenced. Then Peter, who'd lagged behind to catch his breath. I turned to check on him, only to find an empty space where he'd stood moments before. Now, I'm alone. The whispers are louder than ever, their words no longer fragmented. They call to me by name, promising safety, solace, and secrets beyond imagining. I know better than to listen, but the pull is irresistible. My legs move of their own accord, carrying me forward despite my every instinct to run. The trees part suddenly, revealing a clearing bathed in an unnatural light. At its center stands a figure, tall and faceless, its form shifting like smoke caught in a breeze. It raises an arm, beckoning me closer. The whispers stop. In the silence, I hear my own breathing, ragged and shallow. The figure doesn't move, its presence both terrifying and hypnotic. I feel the weight of its gaze, though it has no eyes. My feet carry me forward, each step heavier than the last. When I'm close enough to touch it, the figure speaks. Its voice is the whispers, unified and deafening. You belong to the forest now. The light engulfs me, and the world dissolves. I feel myself unraveling, my thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. The last thing I see is the forest, its trees watching, waiting, alive. I understand now. The legends were true. Blackthorn Hollow doesn't just take people, it keeps them. And now I'm part of it. If you hear the whispers, run. Don't look back. Don't stop. Because once the forest calls your name, it won't stop until it has you. Let's continue with another story. The rain fell in torrents, hammering against the roof of the dilapidated house. Lightning flashed, illuminating the overgrown yard and the sagging porch. I'd taken shelter here out of desperation, my car broken down miles from the nearest town. The storm had come out of nowhere, and the house was the only refuge I could find. It was a mistake. The door had been ajar when I arrived, creaking ominously as I pushed it open. The interior was in shambles. Furniture overturned, wallpaper peeling in long strips, and an air of abandonment that felt almost theatrical. Still, it was dry, and I was too wet and too cold to be picky. I found a lantern on a side table, surprisingly functional once I lit it with the matches in my pocket. The warm glow was a small comfort in the otherwise oppressive darkness. I settled in the living room, sitting on an old couch that groaned under my weight, and tried to ignore the feeling of being watched. It started with the clock. A grandfather clock stood in the corner, its face cracked and its hands frozen at 3:15. As I sat there trying to warm myself, I heard it begin to tick. The sound was faint at first, almost imperceptible over the rain, but it grew louder with each passing moment. Tick, tick, tick. I approached the clock cautiously, the lantern casting long shadows that seemed to writhe on the walls. The hands were moving now, spinning faster and faster until they were a blur. Then they stopped, abruptly and completely. The time read 3:16. The house exhaled. That's the only way I can describe it. The walls seemed to shudder, the floor vibrating beneath my feet. A low, guttural sound echoed through the house, a noise that was neither human nor mechanical. I backed away, my heart pounding, and nearly tripped over a rug. The lantern flickered, its light dimming as the room grew colder. I could see my breath now, each exhale a puff of white mist. And then I heard it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps above me. I wasn't alone. I told myself it was the house settling, or maybe an animal that had found its way inside. But deep down, I knew better. The footsteps were deliberate, heavy, and paced. Whoever, or whatever, was upstairs, was moving with purpose. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I held my breath, straining to hear anything over the pounding of my own heart. Then slowly, the footsteps resumed. This time, they were coming down the stairs. Panic set in. I looked around for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes landed on a rusted fireplace poker leaning against the hearth. I grabbed it, holding it like a lifeline, as the footsteps grew louder, closer. The lantern flickered again, then went out. I was plunged into darkness, the only light coming from the occasional flash of lightning. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped. I could feel a presence in the room with me, the air heavy with its weight. My grip tightened on the poker as I tried to control my breathing. A voice broke the silence, low and guttural. "Why are you here?" I couldn't see the speaker, but the voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was layered, as if multiple people were speaking in unison. I didn't mean to intrude," I stammered. "My car broke down. I just needed shelter." The voice laughed, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "Shelter? You chose poorly." The lantern flared back to life, its light revealing a figure standing just a few feet away. It was tall and impossibly thin, its skin pale and stretched tightly over its bones. Its eyes were hollow, empty sockets that seemed to pull the light into them. It tilted its head, studying me with an almost curious expression. "This house doesn't like visitors," it said, stepping closer. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the poker. "And neither do I." Before I could react, the figure lunged. Its movements were unnaturally fast, its limbs bending in ways they shouldn't. I swung the poker wildly, the metal connecting with a sickening crunch. The figure recoiled, but it didn't fall. Instead, it laughed again, the sound more distorted, more inhuman. "You can't hurt me," it said, its voice echoing in my head. "But you can hurt yourself." The room began to spin, the walls warping and twisting as if the house itself was alive. The figure dissolved into shadows, its form spreading out and merging with the darkness. I could hear whispers now, dozens of them, overlapping and indistinct. They were inside my head, clawing at my thoughts, filling me with a terror I couldn't escape. I ran. I don't remember how I made it out of the house. The next thing I knew, I was stumbling through the rain, the house looming behind me like a dark sentinel. I reached my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the door. The engine sputtered to life and I didn't look back as I sped away. But the house didn't let me go. Not completely. I see it now in my dreams. The tall figure, the spinning clock, the writhing walls. I hear the voice, low and guttural, whispering secrets I can't unhear. And when I wake, I'm not sure if I'm truly awake or if I'm still trapped inside. The house called to me that night, and I answered. Now it's waiting for me to return, for you to find it. And when you do, it won't let you go either. Now move to our next story. The town of Hollow Creek was a place forgotten by time. Its streets were cracked and overgrown, the buildings crumbling relics of a once thriving community. No one visited Hollow Creek anymore, not since the disappearance of its last residents over a decade ago. They'd left without a trace, abandoning their homes, their belongings, even their pets. The story said they'd been called away by something that lived beneath the town. I didn't believe the stories, of course. I was an urban explorer, drawn to the eerie charm of abandoned places. Hollow Creek was just another stop on my list, another town to document and photograph, or so I thought. I arrived just before dusk, the setting sun casting long shadows over the empty streets. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind through the weeds. I parked my car near what used to be the town square and stepped out, camera in hand. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. The first thing I noticed was the clock tower. It stood at the center of the square, its hands frozen at midnight. The glass face was shattered, and ivy climbed its sides like veins on a corpse. I snapped a few photos and moved on, eager to explore before darkness fell. The buildings were in worse shape than I'd expected. Most of them were little more than skeletons, their walls buckling and roofs caved in. I entered what looked like an old diner, its counter still lined with cracked stools. The menu board was faded, but I could just make out the specials. Coffee for 10 cents, a slice of pie for 15 cents. It was a snapshot of a simpler time, preserved in decay. As I raised my camera, I heard it, a low, rhythmic sound, like breathing. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it sent a chill down my spine. I turned, expecting to see an animal, but the diner was empty, just shadows and silence. I told myself it was my imagination. This place was playing tricks on me, its eerie atmosphere fueling my paranoia. But as I continued to explore, the sound followed me, always faint, always just on the edge of hearing. It grew darker faster than I'd anticipated. The sky turned an inky black, the stars obscured by thick clouds. My flashlight barely pierced the gloom, its beam weak and sputtering. I decided to call it a night, retreat to my car, and come back in the morning. But as I retraced my steps, I realized I was no longer alone. At first, it was just a feeling, that prickling awareness of being watched. Then I saw them, figures standing in the shadows, their forms barely distinguishable from the darkness. They didn't move, didn't speak. They just stood there, watching. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. The figures didn't respond. Panic set in. I quickened my pace, my flashlight flickering as if in protest. The breathing sound was louder now, no longer faint but deep and resonant, coming from all around me. The figures began to move, stepping out of the shadows, their features obscured by the darkness. I ran. I don't remember how I found my car. My mind was a blur of fear and adrenaline. I jumped inside, locking the doors and fumbling for the keys. The engine roared to life, and I tore out of Hollow Creek, the figures fading into the distance as I sped away. But the sound followed me. Even now, back in the safety of my apartment, I can hear it. The low, rhythmic breathing, coming from somewhere just out of sight. I haven't slept since that night. I've tried to convince myself it's my imagination, a lingering fear from my encounter. But deep down, I know the truth. Hollow Creek let me leave, but it didn't let me go. The figures are here, in the corners of my vision, in the shadows that stretch too far. They're waiting, and the breathing is louder now. The house stood at the end of the desolate cul-de-sac, its windows like hollow eyes, staring into the emptiness of the overgrown yard. Over decades, locals whispered stories about the house, about the shadows that seemed to move within, and the soft whispers that carried on the wind at night. Few dared to approach it, and none stayed long. Yet tonight, I found myself standing on its creaking porch, flashlight trembling in my hand, compelled by a force I couldn't understand. The front door was slightly ajar, a black maw inviting me into the belly of the house. With a deep breath, I pushed it open, its hinges groaning in protest. The air inside was thick, carrying the weight of mildew and decay. My flashlight revealed peeling wallpaper, furniture draped in yellowed sheets, and the long-forgotten remnants of a life left behind. It wasn't the house's appearance that unnerved me. It was the silence. It wasn't the kind of quiet you'd expect from an abandoned place. This was a deliberate silence, as if the house itself was holding its breath. I stepped into the foyer, each footfall releasing a groan from the floorboards. As I moved further in, the door behind me slammed shut with a force that made me jump. I spun around, heart hammering, but the door was just as I had left it, slightly ajar. A trick of the wind, I told myself, though there wasn't even the faintest breeze. A staircase curved upward to the second floor, its banister coated in dust so thick it looked like snow. My flashlight flickered, and for a moment I thought I saw something at the top of the stairs, a shape, indistinct but undeniably human. The beam steadied, and the figure was gone. I swallowed hard and took another step forward. The old grandfather clock in the corner of the room began to chime. I whipped around, shining my light on it, but the hands were frozen at midnight. It shouldn't have been working. The sound reverberated in my chest, each chime growing louder until it was nearly deafening. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking. It echoed back to me, mocking my bravery. No response. The silence wrapped around me again, heavier this time, almost suffocating. I considered leaving, but something rooted me to the spot. It was as if the house itself was daring me to uncover its secrets. I moved to the living room, where an ancient fireplace sat cold and lifeless. Above it hung a large, tarnished mirror. My flashlight's beam caught my reflection, but something was wrong. My reflection wasn't following my movements. It stood still, staring back at me with wide, unblinking eyes. I froze, the hair on my neck standing on end. Then slowly, my reflection raised a hand and pointed toward the hallway behind me. I spun around, heart pounding, but there was nothing there. When I turned back to the mirror, my reflection was gone. The hallway stretched out before me, a tunnel of shadows that seemed to stretch infinitely. I hesitated, but the same invisible force that had brought me here urged me forward. The walls were lined with old photographs, their subjects faded and indistinct. But as I passed each one, the figures seemed to grow sharper, their eyes following my every move. I stopped in front of one, a family portrait. The parents wore stiff, joyless expressions, but it was the child that caught my attention. Her face was partially obscured, her features blurred as if she were in motion. As I stared, her head turned ever so slightly to look directly at me. I stumbled backward, my flashlight shaking in my hand. A low, guttural sound came from behind me, a growl that sent chills down my spine. I didn't dare turn around. Instead, I ran, my feet pounding against the floor as I made my way back to the foyer. The door was gone. In its place was a solid wall, the wallpaper seamless, as if no door had ever been there. Panic set in, my breathing shallow and rapid. I turned back toward the hallway, and there she was. The girl from the photograph stood at the end of the corridor, her head tilted at an unnatural angle. Her eyes were voids, empty and consuming. She raised a hand, beckoning me. My legs refused to move, as if the very air around me had turned to concrete. Then she began to walk toward me, her movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette controlled by an unseen hand. "Stay back!" I shouted, but the words felt small and insignificant. She didn't stop. The guttural growling returned, louder and closer. Desperation took over, and I darted up the staircase, taking the steps two at a time. The air grew colder with each step, my breath visible in the faint light of the flashlight. At the top of the stairs was a long hallway with doors on either side, each one slightly ajar. A faint sobbing echoed from one of them, and though every instinct screamed at me to run, I found myself drawn to it. The door creaked as I pushed it open. The room was empty except for a small rocking chair in the corner, gently moving back and forth, as if someone had just been sitting in it. On the floor lay a single tattered doll. Its porcelain face was cracked, one eye missing, and its mouth twisted into a grotesque grin. The sobbing stopped the moment I stepped inside. The silence that followed was unbearable, thick with anticipation. Then the door slammed shut behind me. I turned, but there was no knob, no way to open it. The room began to grow darker, the shadows crawling toward me like living things. The doll's head snapped toward me, its grin widening impossibly. "Why did you come?" it whispered, its voice like dry leaves scraping against stone. I stumbled backward, pressing myself against the wall. The shadows enveloped the room, and I felt them closing in, cold and oppressive. My flashlight flickered, then went out entirely. I was plunged into darkness, the kind that feels alive, pressing against your skin and filling your lungs. I couldn't see, but I could feel them. The hands, cold and skeletal, reaching for me. They pulled at my clothes, my hair, my very soul. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the void. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. I was outside, standing on the overgrown lawn, the house looming silently behind me. The flashlight was still in my hand, its beam steady and bright. My heart raced, and my breath came in ragged gasps. I turned to leave, but something stopped me. I glanced back at the house, and in one of the upper windows, I saw her. The girl, staring down at me with those empty, consuming eyes, her hand pressed against the glass as if to wave goodbye. I ran, not stopping until I was far away from the cursed place. But even now, as I sit here, safe in my own home, I can feel it. The cold, the silence, the weight of the house's gaze. It's watching, it's waiting. And I know, deep down, that it's not finished with me. The clock struck midnight, and the town of Ravencroft was bathed in an unnatural stillness. No one dared venture outside at this hour. The curfew had been unspoken, yet universally obeyed for generations. It wasn't the darkness that kept people indoors, it was the bell tower. At the center of the town square stood the old bell tower, its spire jagged and skeletal against the moonlit sky. It had not rung in over a century, or so the elders said, but every so often at midnight, an unearthly toll would echo through the streets, a low, resonant chime that seemed to vibrate in one's very bones. Those who heard it and ignored its warning were never seen again. I'd heard the stories since I was a child. My grandmother would sit by the fire, her voice low, and tell me of the ones who disappeared. "The bell tolls for the restless souls," she'd say, her eyes distant. "They're the ones who come for you." The curiosity had always been there, a tiny ember that flared into a wildfire as I grew older. What was the bell? Why did it ring when it wasn't supposed to? And who were they? Tonight, I would find out. I waited in the shadows of an alley, the chill of the night creeping into my bones. The town square was empty, the cobblestones glistening under a faint layer of frost. The bell tower loomed above, its iron frame twisted with age. I tightened my coat around me, my breath fogging in the cold air. Midnight was minutes away. As the final seconds ticked by, an oppressive silence settled over the town, heavier than any I'd ever felt. It was as if the world itself held its breath. And then it came, the toll of the bell. The sound was deeper than I had imagined, a reverberation that seemed to emanate not from the tower, but from everywhere at once. It wasn't just a sound, it was a feeling, a vibration that coursed through my body and made my teeth chatter. I stepped into the square, my heart hammering in my chest. I could see no movement, no sign of life, yet the atmosphere was charged, electric. The second toll came, and with it, a change. The shadows around the edges of the square seemed to deepen, pooling together and writhing like living things. My flashlight's beam flickered and died, plunging me into darkness. Panic clawed at me, but I forced myself to stay put to watch. The third toll was different. It carried a weight, a resonance that felt like a summons. From the shadows they emerged, figures tall and gaunt, their forms barely human. They moved with an unnatural fluidity, their limbs elongated and their heads tilted, as if listening to some distant melody. Their eyes, if they had eyes, were voids, empty and black, absorbing the faint moonlight. I pressed myself against the wall, holding my breath. The figures didn't seem to see me. They glided across the square, their movements synchronized, their focus fixed on the bell tower. One by one, they began to ascend, their bodies melting into the tower's iron framework as if they were part of it. The bell tolled a fourth time, and the air grew colder still. Frost formed on the cobblestones, spreading outward in a web of crystalline patterns. I couldn't move, couldn't look away. The final figure turned, its featureless face scanning the square. It paused, and for a heart-stopping moment I thought it had seen me. But then it too melted into the tower, vanishing into the shadows of the spire. The fifth toll sounded, and the vibrations knocked me to my knees. Silence returned. The frost began to recede, the air warming slightly. The bell tower stood as it always had, silent and foreboding. But I knew what I'd seen. I had witnessed the summoning, the passage of the restless souls. I thought it was over. I thought I was safe. But as I turned to leave, I felt it, a presence behind me, cold and menacing. Slowly I turned, and there it was. A figure, taller than the others, more defined, its form solid and imposing. It reached for me, its hand outstretched, and I felt a pull, a gravitational force that rooted me in place. "You heard the bell," it said, its voice a chorus of whispers. "You belong to us now." The world shifted, the ground tilting beneath me. I stumbled, reaching out to steady myself, but there was nothing to hold on to. The figure's hand closed around my wrist, its grip icy and unyielding. The town square dissolved, replaced by a vast, empty expanse of darkness. The bell tolled again, and I realized the sound was coming from within me, resonating in my chest. The figures were all around me now, their void-like eyes fixed on me. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My body felt weightless, untethered, as if I were dissolving into the void. The last thing I saw was the bell tower, standing alone in the darkness, its iron frame gleaming faintly. The figures were gone, and so was I. The town of Ravencroft would wake to find the square empty once more, the stories continuing, the warnings unheeded, and the bell would toll again. Ready for another chilling tale? This time, we're diving into the eerie case of the Midnight Lodger. It's a story of small-town horror, an unsolved murder, and the kind of mystery that will leave you double-checking your locks tonight. Let's begin. The year was 1994. In the remote town of Ridgefield, Montana, a quiet, snow-dusted place nestled in the shadow of the Rocky Mountains, rumors of a strange visitor began to spread. It started with sightings. A man in a long black coat, his face obscured by the brim of a wide hat. He was seen wandering the outskirts of town, always at night, always silent. The townsfolk called him the Midnight Lodger. At first, it was nothing more than gossip. Ridgefield was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, and the appearance of a stranger naturally sparked curiosity. But curiosity soon turned to unease. The lodger, as he came to be called, never stayed in one place for long. People reported seeing him standing motionless in the shadows or walking slowly along the empty streets in the dead of night. He never spoke, never approached anyone, and despite the frigid winter, no one could recall seeing his breath in the icy air. Things took a sinister turn in February, when a local man named Daniel Reeves was found dead in his home. Daniel was a well-known figure in Ridgefield, the owner of a small diner on Main Street. When he didn't show up to open the diner one morning, a concerned neighbor stopped by to check on him. What they found would haunt the town forever. Daniel's body was discovered in his living room, slumped in his favorite armchair. His eyes were wide open, frozen in a look of terror, and his mouth was twisted into a silent scream. The cause of death was unclear. There were no signs of a struggle, no wounds, no indication of a heart attack or stroke. The only unusual detail was a small blackened mark on his forehead, almost like a burn, but no one could determine what had caused it. The investigation turned up nothing. There were no signs of forced entry, and nothing in the house appeared disturbed. The police were baffled and whispers began to circulate. Many in the town were convinced the lodger was somehow involved. A week later, another death occurred. This time, it was Grace Miller, an elderly woman who lived alone in a house on the edge of town. Grace was found sitting at her kitchen table, her tea untouched and cold. Like Daniel, she had no visible injuries, only that same blackened mark on her forehead. Panic began to spread. People locked their doors, kept their curtains drawn, and refused to go out after dark. But even as fear gripped the town, the lodger continued to appear. Residents reported seeing him standing under streetlights, his face obscured by shadow, or watching from the edge of the forest. One night, a group of teenagers decided to confront him. Armed with flashlights and baseball bats, they followed him as he walked down the snow-covered streets. They claimed he didn't seem to notice them at first, but when they called out to him, he stopped. The teens described the moment he turned around as the most terrifying experience of their lives. His face, they said, was pale and featureless, as if it had been smoothed over like wet clay. His eyes were dark hollows, and when he tilted his head to look at them, a low, guttural sound filled the air, a sound that made their ears ring and their stomachs turn. They dropped their flashlights and ran, swearing never to go near him again. By the end of February, Ridgefield was in chaos. People were leaving town, businesses were closing, and the streets were eerily empty. Then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, the lodger was gone. The deaths stopped, and life in Ridgefield slowly returned to normal. But the mystery of the Midnight Lodger was never solved. Who or what was he? Why did he target those specific victims, and what was the meaning of the strange mark he left behind? Some believe he was a drifter, a man with a dark past who brought his curse with him. Others think he was something else entirely, a shadowy being that feeds on fear and death. To this day, the town of Ridgefield refuses to talk about the lodger. His story has become a whispered legend, a warning to those who might wander the empty streets at night. So, what's your theory? Was the Midnight Lodger a man, a myth, or something far more sinister? Let me know in the comments. And if this story kept you on edge, don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more tales of true crime and horror. Until next time, stay safe and remember the most dangerous monsters are the ones you don't see coming. Now we continue with another story. The rain poured relentlessly, its heavy patter against the window like 1,000 tiny fingers tapping on the glass. Inside, the house was quiet, too quiet, as if the storm outside had swallowed the world whole. No one had lived in the old house on Briar Hill for decades, not since the family had vanished without a trace one stormy night. That was the story anyway. And like all ghost stories, it became a thing of whispered rumors until the house itself seemed to fade into the past, an unremarkable relic of time gone by. But on nights like this, when the wind howled and the darkness pressed in from all sides, the house felt different. Maggie had never believed in ghosts or curses. She was a practical woman, raised on logic and reason, and the idea of a haunted house seemed like little more than an exaggerated tale told by superstitious fools. So when her real estate agent suggested she take a look at Briar Hill House, despite its poor reputation and the fact that it had been abandoned for so long, she saw it as a challenge. She didn't scare easily. The moment she stepped through the threshold, something felt off. The door creaked open with a groan, and she stepped inside, the musty smell of mold and old wood hitting her like a wave. The house was larger than she expected, its rooms long and narrow, stretching out before her in a way that felt unnerving. The wallpaper was peeling, the floorboards were warped, and there was an oppressive, heavy silence that clung to the air, as though the house itself was holding its breath, waiting. She wandered through the downstairs rooms, her footsteps echoing through the vast emptiness. The furniture was covered in dusty white sheets, and the faint imprint of old lives seemed to linger in the corners of every room. She stopped by the grand fireplace in the living room, noticing the delicate carvings on the mantel, worn smooth by time. As she turned to leave, a sound made her freeze, a soft creak coming from above. It wasn't the house settling. No, this was something else, something that moved deliberately in the attic. Her pulse quickened, but she shook off the feeling. It was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a squirrel, nothing to be afraid of. Still, something gnawed at her, urging her to leave, but she didn't. She was determined to see this place through, to conquer whatever fear might try to rise in her chest. Up the stairs she went, the wooden steps groaning beneath her weight. The higher she climbed, the colder the air became, and by the time she reached the attic door, she felt as if the entire house was pressing in around her. The door was ajar, just slightly, and she could feel a draft pushing through the crack. Without thinking, she pushed it open, the hinges squealing in protest. The attic was dark, filled with forgotten remnants of a life long past. Old trunks, dusty furniture, boxes of books and papers, all abandoned, left to gather dust. The faint glow of the storm outside illuminated the room through the small attic window, casting long shadows that danced across the floor. But then she saw it. In the far corner of the room, a rocking chair moved, slowly, deliberately back and forth, as if something was sitting in it, rocking in the stillness of the attic. The air grew colder still, and Maggie's breath caught in her throat. The chair stopped abruptly, and for a moment, everything was silent. A voice, soft and whispering, broke the quiet. "You shouldn't be here." It wasn't loud, just a faint murmur that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Maggie's heart raced in her chest as she spun around looking for the source, but there was nothing. The room was empty. Still, the sense of being watched grew stronger, more oppressive. She took a step backward, her eyes scanning the room, and that's when she saw it. A figure standing in the corner just outside the reach of the light. It was tall, its features obscured by the shadows, but there was something about it that sent a wave of dread through her body. The figure didn't move, it didn't speak, it simply watched. Maggie froze, unable to look away. The temperature dropped even further, her breath now visible in the cold air. The whispers returned, louder this time, almost frantic. They swirled around her, pulling at her consciousness, drowning her in a cacophony of unintelligible words. She covered her ears, but it didn't help. The whispers grew, pressing into her mind, and she felt her knees go weak. Get out. Leave now. She turned to run, but the door slammed shut with a deafening bang, the sound reverberating through the entire house. Panic gripped her as she tugged at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The figure in the corner had moved. It was closer now, its outline clearer in the dim light. Long, unnaturally long arms hung by its sides, its hands, no, its claws, curled like the gnarled branches of an ancient tree. Its eyes gleamed, two cold, empty voids that seemed to suck the light from the room. The whispers turned into a scream, a high-pitched, otherworldly wail that made her insides twist. The figure's mouth opened, revealing rows of jagged teeth, and it took a step toward her. One step, then another. The floorboards creaked under its weight, and the air grew thick with a suffocating presence. Leave, or stay with us forever. Her heart pounded in her chest, and in a panic-fueled rush, she turned to the window and threw her weight against it, desperately clawing at the glass. But it was no use. The window wouldn't open. The walls closed in on her as the figure advanced, and the whispers became a roar filling her mind, drowning out everything else. The door, the only way out, began to shake. The hinges rattled as if something or someone was trying to break through. She turned, her eyes wide with terror, but the figure was already behind her, its breath cold against her skin, its fingers brushing her shoulder. In that moment, Maggie knew she wasn't the first to step inside this house, and she wouldn't be the last. The house was alive, hungry, and it was always waiting. Tonight, we're unraveling the haunting mystery of the lost boy of Black Hollow Road. This story isn't just terrifying, it's deeply unsettling because even now the truth remains buried in shadow. Was it a tragic accident, a sinister crime, or something far darker? Let's find out. In the fall of 1987, in the quiet town of Grayson, Pennsylvania, 11-year-old Jacob Maddox disappeared without a trace. Grayson was the kind of place where nothing bad ever seemed to happen. People left their doors unlocked, kids played outside until the streetlights came on, and everyone knew everyone else. But Jacob's disappearance changed that forever. It happened on a crisp October evening. Jacob had been riding his bike along Black Hollow Road, a narrow, winding lane that snaked through the edge of the dense Black Hollow forest. He'd promised his mother he'd be home by sunset, but when the clock struck 7 and he still hadn't returned, she began to worry. By 8, panic had set in. The search began immediately. Neighbors with flashlights combed the woods, calling Jacob's name. The local sheriff, Tom Grayson, a man whose family the town was named after, mobilized his small force to search the area. But by dawn, the only trace of Jacob they'd found was his bike, abandoned on the side of the road. The front wheel was bent, as if it had struck something hard. At first, people assumed Jacob had gotten lost in the woods. It wasn't unusual for kids to explore Black Hollow Forest, despite their parents' warnings. But as the search stretched into days, strange details began to emerge. The dogs brought in to track Jacob's scent seemed confused. They would follow the trail to the edge of the forest, then stop and refuse to go any further, whining and pacing as though something had frightened them. Searchers reported hearing strange sounds in the woods, whispers that seemed to come from nowhere, and the feeling of being watched. And then there were the stories. You see, Black Hollow Forest had a reputation. For decades, locals had whispered about strange lights flickering between the trees, about eerie sounds carried on the wind. Some claimed to have seen a figure, a tall, shadowy silhouette lurking in the woods. Most dismissed these as urban legends, stories meant to scare children. But after Jacob's disappearance, those stories didn't feel like just tales anymore. Things took a darker turn when an elderly woman named Martha Whitaker came forward. Martha lived alone in a rundown cabin at the edge of the forest. She told Sheriff Grayson that she had seen Jacob that night. According to her, he wasn't alone. She claimed she'd spotted him through her window around 6:30 p.m. He was standing in the middle of the road, his bike lying on the ground beside him, and there was someone else, a man, tall and thin, standing just beyond the trees. Martha described him as having a strange, distorted face. It wasn't right, she said, like his features didn't belong to a person at all. When pressed for more details, Martha grew agitated. It wasn't human, she insisted. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't human. The sheriff dismissed Martha's story as the ramblings of an old woman, but her account unnerved the townsfolk. And then, a week later, another child went missing. 9-year-old Emily Carter disappeared while playing near her home, just a mile from Black Hollow Road. Like Jacob, her trail led to the forest and then vanished. By now, the town was gripped by fear. Parents kept their children indoors, and rumors spread like wildfire. Some believed it was the work of a kidnapper. Others accused Martha Whitaker, calling her a witch. But a growing number began to believe the stories about Black Hollow Forest. The turning point came 2 weeks after Emily's disappearance, when a hunter named George Mills stumbled upon something deep in the woods. It was a clearing, one that didn't appear on any maps. In the center of the clearing was an old stone well, its sides covered in moss and creeping vines. George alerted the sheriff, and the area was searched. No trace of the children was found, but what they did discover was chilling. Carved into the stones around the well were strange symbols, intricate looping designs that no one could identify. Experts were brought in, but even they were baffled. The symbols didn't match any known language or culture. What they could agree on was this: the carvings were old, very old. The well only deepened the mystery. Where had the children gone? What did the symbols mean? And who or what was responsible? Months turned into years, and the case went cold. Jacob Maddox and Emily Carter were never found. Black Hollow Road became a place of legend, a cautionary tale for those who might venture too close to the forest. Some say the woods took them. Others believe a dark force still lingers there, waiting. So what do you think? Could there be a rational explanation, or is this a case of something truly supernatural? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed tonight's story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Until next time, stay safe, and remember, sometimes the scariest stories are the ones that are true. It was an old house, nestled on the edge of town, its dilapidated structure hidden beneath the thick veil of overgrown ivy and twisted trees. No one really remembered when it had been built, but the rumors said it had always been there. It stood like a monument to forgotten time, a place that no one dared approach after sundown. The stories about it were countless, each one more chilling than the last. They all had one thing in common. Those who entered never came back the same, or didn't come back at all. People whispered about the house, calling it the Hollow Manor, a name that had been passed down through generations, but no one really understood what it meant. Not anymore. Over the years, the house had become more than a structure. It had become a symbol of something sinister, something alive. At least, that's what they said. And as long as they stayed far away from it, they could pretend it was just a ghost story. Until one fateful night. It was a stormy evening when Sarah, a curious soul from the nearby town, decided to test the tales for herself. She had always been skeptical, rolling her eyes whenever her friends spoke in hushed tones about the haunted house. But now, standing at the edge of the road, drenched by the pouring rain and illuminated only by the flickering lights of distant lampposts, She felt an unease creeping into her chest. Still, she walked toward it, her steps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves beneath her boots. The front gate of the manor was rusted, its iron bars bent and twisted as though the house had been trying to escape its confines. The wind howled through the trees, shaking their branches violently, and a distant screech echoed through the night air, making Sarah freeze for a moment. But there was no turning back now. With a deep breath, she pushed open the gate, its rusty hinges groaning in protest, and made her way toward the porch. As she climbed the steps, the house seemed to sigh, the sound reverberating through the walls as though it were alive, waiting. Sarah paused in front of the grand door, its surface cracked and splintered by time, yet still strangely imposing. Her fingers trembled as they reached for the handle, the cold metal biting into her skin. But she turned it, and the door swung open with an eerie creak. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of decay, of dust and mildew, and something darker, something rotten. The floorboards groaned under her weight as she stepped further inside, her eyes struggling to adjust to the dim light that filtered through the grime-covered windows. The house was massive, its walls lined with portraits of long-dead individuals, their eyes seeming to follow her every movement. The air was heavy with the weight of forgotten memories, each corner brimming with shadows that seemed to stretch toward her as she moved. Her heart pounded in her chest as she walked deeper into the house, drawn to a narrow hallway at the far end. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, and the doors along the hallway were all ajar, revealing nothing but pitch-black rooms. As she passed the first room, she heard it. Whispers. Soft, unintelligible words, almost like a lullaby, but twisted, distorted, like the voice of something trapped within the walls. Frozen in place, Sarah strained her ears, her breath caught in her throat. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, until it was as if the voices were right behind her, brushing against her skin. She spun around, her eyes darting from one shadowy corner to the next. But there was nothing there. The whispering stopped, as abruptly as it had begun, leaving a haunting silence in its wake. She took a few hesitant steps forward, each one heavier than the last, until she reached the end of the hall. At the farthest door, she could see a faint light flickering beneath it. A cold draft swept past her, sending a shiver through her spine, and without thinking, she pushed the door open. Inside was a large, empty room, its walls lined with bookshelves that sagged under the weight of ancient tomes. But what caught her attention was the large, ornate mirror that stood against the far wall, its surface cracked, the reflection fractured like something shattered within it. As she stepped closer to the mirror, she felt a coldness wash over her, the temperature in the room dropping significantly. Her breath came out in visible puffs as she stared at her reflection, trying to make sense of the strange distortion in the glass. But then she noticed it. A figure, standing just behind her, its outline faint but unmistakable. Her heart skipped a beat as she spun around, but the room was empty. There was nothing there, only the mirror, showing her face, pale and wide-eyed with fear. The reflection in the mirror, however, seemed different. It was smiling. Not the smile she wore, but something twisted, something not her own. Sarah's blood ran cold as the reflection began to move, its grin widening, its eyes darkening. And then, in the reflection, it began to speak. Leave. The voice was a guttural rasp, like something ancient and malevolent, its echo vibrating through her bones. Sarah staggered backward, her breath quickening, her heart racing in her chest. She slammed her hands against her ears, but the voice wouldn't stop. It came from everywhere, inside her mind, outside her body, and it grew louder until it was deafening. Leave, or stay forever. Her vision blurred, the world spinning around her as she stumbled back toward the door, the mirror's laughter following her like a shadow. The house seemed to come alive, the floorboards groaning, the walls pulsing as though the very structure was breathing. She reached the door, throwing it open, only to be met with the same hallway, now different. The air was thick with a presence, and the portraits on the walls were no longer empty eyes, but eyes that seemed to follow her with malice. She ran, her footsteps echoing in the stillness of the house, the whispers returning, now frantic, screaming her name. But as she neared the front door, she realized, too late, that the house had changed. The door that had once been wide open was now sealed shut, as though it had never existed. Panic gripped her as she turned back, only to see the dark shape standing at the end of the hallway, watching her. The figure was no longer faint. It was solid, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light, its mouth stretched into an impossible grin. It moved slowly, deliberately toward her, and with each step, the air grew colder, heavier, pressing in on her chest. Her breath caught in her throat as she tried to scream, but no sound came out. She ran in the opposite direction, tearing through the house. But the figure was always there, just behind her, getting closer, its presence suffocating, filling her with dread. Finally, she found herself back in the room with the mirror, the last place she wanted to be. But as she looked into it, she didn't see her reflection anymore. She saw the figure standing behind her, grinning with malevolent glee, and then it spoke again, its voice a low growl that rumbled through the walls. "You should have left when you had the chance." And then, with one last scream, Sarah's figure in the mirror began to fade, her body disappearing into the glass, as if it had never been real. The house fell silent once more, the only sign of her presence the faintest trace of a smile on the cracked surface of the mirror. The hollow manor stood still, waiting for the next curious soul to come too close, to test the boundaries of its dark, twisted reality. And the whispers, the cries, the laughter, all returned to the shadows, ready to claim their next victim. Let me tell you about the vanishing at Ridgeway Motel. It all started on a rainy night in November 2003. The Ridgeway Motel was a small, rundown place on the outskirts of St. Clair, Michigan. With its flickering neon sign and peeling paint, it was the kind of place people only stopped at when they had no other choice. Most nights, only a couple of rooms were rented out, and the parking lot was eerily empty. That night, the motel's manager, Paul Grayson, checked in a single guest, a young woman named Emma Harper. Emma was in her mid-20s, with a nervous demeanor and a small duffel bag slung over her shoulder. She paid in cash for a single night and requested a room far from the highway noise. Paul assigned her to room 6, handing her the key with a polite but distracted smile. Emma never checked out. The next morning, Paul noticed her car still parked outside. Checkout time came and went, but Emma didn't appear. Thinking she'd overslept, Paul knocked on the door to room 6. When there was no answer, he used his master key to enter. What he found would haunt him for the rest of his life. The room was empty, not just of Emma, but of everything. The bed was perfectly made, as if it hadn't been slept in. There were no belongings, no signs that anyone had stayed there at all. Even the bathroom was spotless. It was as though Emma Harper had never existed. Confused, Paul checked the motel's surveillance footage. The camera overlooking the parking lot clearly showed Emma arriving the night before, her car pulling into the lot. It showed her walking to room 6, unlocking the door and stepping inside. But there was no footage of her leaving. The camera facing the room's entrance recorded nothing but hours of rain-soaked darkness. Paul called the police. When officers arrived, they searched the room thoroughly, but found no evidence of foul play. Emma's car was impounded and inspected, but it yielded no clues, no ID, no phone, not even a stray receipt. Her registration led to a dead end. The car had been purchased under a fake name. It was as if Emma Harper had erased her identity before vanishing into thin air. The investigation quickly stalled, but the mystery of room 6 didn't end there. 2 weeks later, a traveling salesman named Doug Morgan checked into the same room. Like Emma, he paid in cash and kept to himself. Doug was last seen by the night clerk, who remembered him asking for an extra blanket. The next morning, Doug was gone, but his belongings were still in the room. His suitcase, half unpacked, lay open on the bed. His wallet and keys were on the nightstand untouched. Even his shoes were neatly placed by the door. But Doug himself was nowhere to be found. The police were called again, and this time they dug deeper. They searched every inch of the room, pulled up the carpet, checked the vents, and even removed a section of the wall. Nothing. Doug Morgan had disappeared without a trace, just like Emma Harper. By now, the Ridgeway Motel had gained a reputation. Guests began to avoid it, and those who did stay refused room 6. Paul, desperate to keep his business afloat, considered closing the room entirely, but curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to stay there himself one night to see if anything unusual would happen. Paul didn't disappear. Instead, he experienced something even stranger. That night, he woke abruptly around 3 a.m. to the sound of muffled voices. It was faint at first, like a conversation taking place just outside the door. Paul got up to investigate, but when he looked out, the parking lot was empty. He returned to bed, but the voices continued, growing louder and more distinct. Paul described hearing a man and a woman arguing, their words sharp and frantic, though he couldn't make out exactly what they were saying. Then, abruptly, the voices stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence. The air in the room felt heavy, almost suffocating. Paul didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, he found something that hadn't been there before, a single damp footprint in the middle of the room. It was too large to be his, and the water seemed fresh, though it hadn't rained since the previous evening. Paul boarded up room 6 the same day. Despite his efforts to forget what had happened, the stories persisted. Locals claimed the land where the motel was built had a dark history, rumors of an old farmhouse that burned down in the 1940s, taking its inhabitants with it. Others whispered about a missing woman from decades earlier, last seen near the property. The Ridgeway Motel eventually shut down, but room 6 remains a topic of fascination. Urban explorers and paranormal investigators have visited the site. Though few have dared to enter the infamous room, those who do report strange sensations, cold spots, disembodied voices, and the overwhelming feeling that they're not alone. To this day, Emma Harper and Doug Morgan's disappearances remain a chilling mystery. Was room 6 cursed by something sinister, or were these unconnected tragedies? What's your theory? Paranormal, or something explainable? Share your thoughts in the comments. And if this story gave you chills, like, share and subscribe for more true crime and horror. Until next time, stay safe and avoid room 6. Now we're moving to our next story. The wind howled outside, a relentless howl that seemed to rattle the very bones of the house. The old cabin on the edge of the forest had been abandoned for years, and yet, tonight, it seemed alive. For as long as anyone could remember, people had warned not to venture near the woods, especially when the weather turned foul. The locals spoke of strange happenings, the kind of stories that sent chills down your spine, stories that spoke of a curse tied to the very land itself. But like most people, Adam didn't believe in superstition. He thought the old tales were nothing more than fabrications to scare children. He had always been a skeptic, a man of reason. So, when he found himself standing at the threshold of the cabin, despite the warnings, he felt nothing but curiosity and a hint of excitement. It was an adventure, the perfect opportunity to prove to himself that there was nothing to fear. The door creaked as he pushed it open, the hinges protesting with a high-pitched squeal. Inside, the air was thick with dust, the remnants of a life long abandoned, furniture covered in tattered sheets, broken windows letting in the occasional gust of wind, the faint smell of mold and decay.
The place was more or less what he expected. Old, forgotten, and definitely not worth the tales of terror people had attached to it. But as Adam stepped further into the house, he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. There was something unsettling about the silence. No birds chirped outside, no sound of wind rustling the trees, just stillness. The house seemed to hum with it, as though it was holding its breath, waiting. He made his way into the living room, where a large cracked mirror hung on the wall. It was dusty, old, the edges beginning to warp with age. Adam felt an impulse to wipe it clean. Maybe he could find out who had once lived here, what had happened to them. But as his hand touched the glass, a chill ran through him. The reflection in the mirror didn't look like his own. It was subtle at first, just a flicker. But as he stared harder, the reflection began to distort. His own face seemed to blur, the edges melting into something darker, something wrong. Then his reflection smiled, but Adam didn't. His stomach lurched as his reflection tilted its head, as if it were studying him. It leaned closer, its grin widening unnaturally. "You're not supposed to be here." Adam jerked back, his heart hammering in his chest. He stumbled backward, his mind racing. He had to be imagining it. There was no way. But the reflection in the mirror remained, still staring at him with those wide, empty eyes. The temperature in the room plummeted. His breath came out in clouds, and for a moment he thought he saw something move behind him, just out of the corner of his eye. He spun around, but there was nothing, only the empty, decaying walls of the cabin. The door slammed shut. He turned toward it, panic rising in his chest. He ran to the door, his hands fumbling at the knob, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked from the inside. He pulled harder, desperate now, his pulse racing. Behind him, the mirror creaked. He could feel it, its gaze fixed on him, heavy and unyielding. A voice, deep and guttural, whispered from the mirror, "Leave now, or stay forever." Adam's blood ran cold. He looked into the reflection again, and this time, it wasn't just his face that stared back at him. The entire room had changed. The furniture had decayed further, the floorboards splintered. And in the corner of the room, a figure stood, silent, still, watching him. He turned to face the room. Nothing. It was just as it had been moments before. Empty. When he turned back to the mirror, the figure was closer. Its face, or what could be called a face, was obscured by shadows, but its eyes glowed an unnatural red, and its mouth stretched open in a grotesque grin. The room around Adam seemed to bend, the walls distorting as if they were closing in on him. The voice from the mirror spoke again, this time louder, more insistent. "Leave, or join us." Adam's head spun. He couldn't think straight. He had to get out. He had to escape. He spun toward the door again, but before he could reach it, a cold hand clasped his shoulder. He whirled around, but there was no one there. Just the shadowy figure in the mirror, now stepping toward him. "Too late," it hissed. The lights flickered, and the room seemed to darken, suffocating in its own stillness. Adam felt a pressure building in his chest, as if the very air itself was thickening, closing in around him. The shadowy figure in the mirror grinned wider, its jagged teeth now visible, glinting in the dim light. A loud bang echoed through the cabin, followed by a sickening scraping sound, like nails dragging across the floor. It was coming closer, the figure now fully emerging from the mirror, stepping out into the room behind Adam. His heart raced, but his legs felt frozen in place. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but he couldn't move. The figure reached out, its hands stretching toward him, fingers long and twisted like broken branches. It gripped his wrist with a force so cold it burned, dragging him toward the mirror, toward its empty, gaping maw. Adam's vision blurred, his body shuddering with a strange, uncontrollable force.
His breath hitched, and the world around him spun. He couldn't breathe, couldn't escape. The cabin seemed to close in on him as the mirror beckoned, its surface rippling like water. The whispers came again, louder, more frantic. "Stay with us. Stay forever." With one last scream, Adam was pulled forward, his body disappearing into the mirror. The glass rippled like liquid, swallowing him whole. Outside, the wind howled once again, as though nothing had changed. The cabin stood silent, abandoned once more, waiting for the next lost soul to wander in. And somewhere deep within the house, the faintest of whispers echoed through the empty halls. "Join us." Let me tell you another tale, one whispered in fear and barely recorded in local lore. This is the story of the Well of Whispers. In the remote countryside of Maine, hidden behind a grove of birch trees, lies an ancient crumbling well. Locals call it the Well of Whispers, and for good reason. Those who have dared to visit claim it holds something more sinister than just stagnant water. The first recorded incident tied to the well dates back to the 1930s. A farmer named Walter Griggs owned the land it sat on, but he avoided the area altogether. According to his journal, discovered years after his death, he described hearing faint whispers whenever he passed near the well. He couldn't make out the words, but they chilled him to the bone. Walter's fears came to a head one summer when his youngest daughter, Abigail, disappeared. She was last seen playing near the birch grove, her laughter echoing through the fields. When she didn't come home, Walter and his neighbors searched for days, combing every inch of the land. It was Walter who found her. She was lying next to the well, pale and still, as though she had fallen asleep. But Abigail never woke up. The doctor couldn't explain her death. There were no injuries, no signs of illness. Walter was left to bury his child, but he never spoke of what he saw that night. Rumors swirled that Walter had heard whispers coming from the well as he carried Abigail's body home. He sold the farm the following year and left the town for good. The land changed hands several times over the decades, but no one stayed for long. Strange occurrences followed each new owner. Livestock would go missing, pets would refuse to go near the grove, and in one particularly chilling case, a visiting relative was found standing by the well in the middle of the night, staring into its depths. When asked what they were doing, they simply muttered, "It's calling me." By the 1970s, the land was abandoned, but the well remained a source of fascination for thrill seekers and paranormal enthusiasts. Many who visited claimed to hear the whispers Walter described, soft, almost human, but impossible to understand. Some said the whispers seemed to come from deep within the well, while others insisted they heard them right next to their ear. One group of college students decided to explore the well in 1984. Armed with flashlights, ropes, and a tape recorder, they lowered a camera into the darkness. The footage, later recovered from a backpack left at the site, revealed little at first, just the stone walls of the well and stagnant water at the bottom. But then came the sound. The whispers started faintly, growing louder and more insistent. One of the students screamed, claiming they could feel something cold brushing against their hand, though no one else saw anything. In the chaos, the rope snapped, and the camera plunged into the water. The students fled, leaving their equipment behind. None of them spoke publicly about what happened, but one member of the group, years later, claimed in a forum post that they were haunted by vivid nightmares, dreams of being pulled into the well by pale, clawed hands. The whispers grew into a legend, but no one could explain their origin. Some locals believe the well was used as a dumping ground for bodies during the 1800s, while others insist it's a portal to something dark and otherworldly. The land around the well remains untouched to this day, overgrown with weeds and shrouded in silence. Those brave enough to visit swear the whispers grow louder as you approach. and a few have claimed to hear their own names spoken in the wind. What secrets does the Well of Whispers hold? Is it a trick of the mind, or something more sinister waiting in the depths? Let me know what you think in the comments below. And if this story gave you chills, don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more eerie tales of true crime and horror. Until next time, stay safe and be careful what calls you in the night. The storm was relentless, a furious roar that rattled the windows and shook the very foundation of the old farmhouse. The wind howled through the trees, bending them in strange, unnatural shapes, while the rain fell in sheets, drenching the earth. It was the kind of storm that made even the bravest souls stay indoors, seeking warmth and comfort away from the chaos outside. But there was one person who didn't heed the warnings. James had been driving for hours, his headlights barely cutting through the torrential downpour, when he saw the farmhouse in the distance. It was isolated, sitting alone at the edge of the road like some forgotten relic from the past. He needed shelter, and the place seemed like his only option. Besides, what was the harm? It was just an old house. He pulled his car up to the front of the farmhouse and turned off the engine, the silence of the night settling over him like a blanket. The house loomed ahead, dark and imposing, its windows like vacant eyes staring into the storm. A chill ran down his spine, but he shrugged it off. He'd dealt with worse in his life. A haunted house wouldn't scare him. The door creaked open as he pushed it, the air inside thick and musty, smelling of mildew and decay. The floorboards groaned under his weight as he stepped inside, the faint scent of something old, something forgotten, filling his nostrils. It was dim, the only light coming from the occasional flash of lightning outside, casting strange shadows across the walls. Dust covered every surface, and the remnants of a long abandoned life lay scattered throughout the house. Old furniture, broken mirrors, empty picture frames. James shrugged off his wet coat and hung it on the back of a chair. His shoes squeaked as he walked across the floor, the sound unnervingly loud in the quiet house. He was about to head deeper inside when he stopped, his gaze caught by something in the corner of the room. A small wooden box tucked away beneath the stairs. Its surface was scratched and faded, the once bright paint peeling away like old skin. It didn't look like much, but something about it drew him in, like a magnetic pull. He knelt down to inspect it, his fingers brushing over the top. The box was cold, unnaturally so. He hesitated for a moment, but curiosity won out. He opened it. Inside was a collection of old photographs, black and white images, some faded with age, others sharper, as though they were taken more recently. The first few were of a family, standing together in front of the house, smiling. But as James flipped through the pictures, the smiles faded, replaced with eerie, vacant expressions. The faces in the pictures began to distort, their features melting into grotesque shapes. The last photograph was different. It was a picture of the house taken from the outside, but something stood in the window. A figure, its face obscured by shadows, watching. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped. A cold wind swept through the house, slamming the door shut behind him with a violent crash. James jumped, his heart pounding. He spun around, but there was no one there. The house was still, but something was wrong. The silence seemed heavier. It pressed in on him, suffocating him. He turned back to the box, his hands shaking, and that's when he noticed it. The picture had changed. The figure in the window was no longer a shadow. It had a face now, pale, twisted, its eyes wide open, staring directly at him. And in the photograph, it was smiling. A sharp knock echoed from the door. James froze. It was soft at first, but then louder, more insistent, as though someone or something was knocking from the other side. He took a step back, his breath catching in his throat.
There was no one outside. He had checked when he arrived. No one could have come in. The knocking grew louder, faster, frantic. He backed away, stumbling into a chair. He could hear it now, scratching, dragging like nails on wood. It was coming from the walls, from the floor, from the very air itself. Then, a voice. "James!" It was a whisper, a breathless hiss that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The air thickened, and the walls seemed to close in on him, the house becoming smaller, darker. He turned to face the door, his hand on the handle, but when he opened it, there was nothing beyond it. Just a vast, empty void of blackness, stretching out in every direction. "James!" The voice again, louder this time, closer. And then something touched his shoulder, cold fingers, ice against his skin. He spun around, but there was no one there. He was alone in the house. But the house wasn't empty. Suddenly, the room around him began to distort. The walls warped and twisted, the floor bending beneath him, and the ceiling stretched toward the sky, stretching higher and higher until it felt like the whole house was lifting off the ground. The photographs on the walls began to move. The people in the pictures were no longer smiling, their faces twisted into grotesque snarls, their eyes following him as he backed away. They were alive, and reaching for him. The door slammed shut again, and this time the lock clicked. There was no way out. James felt a tug at his ankle. He looked down to see a hand, pale and skeletal, wrapping around his leg. He screamed, trying to pull away, but the hand tightened, dragging him toward the floor, toward the dark, hollow pit that had opened up beneath him. He fought, kicking and thrashing, but the more he struggled, the stronger the grip became. The floor seemed to split open, revealing an abyss of darkness, a void that swallowed him whole. His screams echoed, bouncing off the walls of the house as it seemed to close in around him. "James!" The voice whispered again, this time in his ear. But it wasn't just one voice. It was hundreds, thousands, all of them speaking at once, all of them calling his name. "James!" And then everything went black. Now let's step into another chilling tale, one shrouded in whispers and unanswered questions. This is the story of The Silent Watcher of Ashton Creek. Ashton Creek is a small, forgotten town tucked away in the heart of Oregon's dense forest lands. It's the kind of place with no stoplights, where the only sounds are the rustle of leaves and the occasional rumble of a passing truck. But for decades, the town has harbored a dark legend, one the locals are reluctant to discuss. It all began in 1978, when a family of 4 moved into an old farmhouse on the outskirts of town. The Martins, Tom, his wife Diane, and their 2 children, 12-year-old Sarah and 9-year-old Ben, were looking for a fresh start. The house, though weathered and creaky, offered plenty of space and came with acres of land. The price was almost too good to be true. For the first few weeks, life in Ashton Creek was idyllic. The children explored the woods, Diane planted a garden, and Tom worked on repairing the house. But then strange things started happening. It began with the feeling of being watched. Diane was the first to notice it, a prickling on the back of her neck whenever she was alone, as though unseen eyes were fixed on her. Tom dismissed it as nerves, but soon he felt it too, especially when working outside. One evening, Sarah came running into the house, pale and shaking. She claimed she'd seen a man standing at the edge of the woods. When Tom went to investigate, there was no one there, but he found footprints in the soft earth, barefoot and unusually large. Things escalated from there. Objects in the house began to move on their own. Chairs shifted slightly, picture frames tilted, and once the family found every cabinet in the kitchen wide open. Ben started waking up in the middle of the night, crying that someone was tapping on his window.
Then there were the sightings. Diane swore she saw a shadowy figure standing in the yard just beyond the porch light's reach. Sarah claimed she saw the same figure one afternoon while playing near the barn, but it was Tom's encounter that terrified the family the most. One night he stayed up late, sitting on the porch with a shotgun across his lap. Around midnight, he saw movement near the tree line. He shouted a warning, but the figure didn't move. It simply stood there, silent and still. Tom aimed his flashlight and froze. The figure was tall, with unnaturally long limbs and a face that didn't look human. Its features were twisted, almost animalistic, and its eyes glinted with a dull, reflective glow. Tom fired a warning shot, and the figure vanished into the trees. The family contacted the local sheriff, but the investigation led nowhere. There was no sign of an intruder, no evidence beyond the footprints and the family's accounts. The Martins were told to lock their doors and call if anything else happened. But things only got worse. The night before the family decided to leave Ashton Creek for good, Sarah disappeared. Tom and Diane woke to find her bed empty, the window wide open. They searched the woods for hours, shouting her name, but there was no trace of her. When the sun rose, they found her in the barn, sitting in the corner, trembling and pale. She wouldn't speak, wouldn't respond to their questions. All she could do was point to the loft above them. Tom climbed the ladder and found something horrifying. Scattered across the hay were crude wooden carvings, figures with long limbs and grotesque faces, dozens of them, each more disturbing than the last. The family fled Ashton Creek that same day, leaving most of their belongings behind. They never returned. The house remains abandoned, slowly crumbling into the forest. Locals avoid it, and those brave enough to visit speak of hearing whispers in the trees, the feeling of being watched, and the occasional glimpse of a tall, shadowy figure in the distance. Some say the silent watcher is a spirit, cursed to haunt the land. Others believe it's a creature of the woods, something ancient and primal, but no one knows for sure. What do you think? Is the silent watcher a figment of imagination, or does something truly malevolent linger in Ashton Creek? Let me know in the comments. If this story chilled you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more tales of the macabre. Until next time, stay safe and don't linger too long in the shadows. Let's continue with our next story. The night was thick with fog, the kind that swallowed the world whole, leaving only the soft, muffled sounds of the wind and the distant rustling of the trees. The air was damp and heavy, the scent of earth and decay thick in the air. Laura had been driving for hours, the winding road stretching on endlessly until the GPS had suddenly flickered and shut off. Her car's headlights barely pierced the thick mist, and when she glanced down at the dashboard, she saw the gas gauge sitting precariously on empty. There was no choice now. She had to find somewhere to stop. The rain had started to fall heavily, and the cold had seeped deep into her bones. She needed shelter, and fast. It wasn't long before she saw the silhouette of a house looming in the distance, dark against the backdrop of the fog. At first, she thought it might be abandoned, but there was a light shining from one of the windows. A single, welcoming glow. She pulled up to the front, the gravel crunching beneath the tires as she came to a stop. The house was old, far older than it should have been. Its structure was crooked, as if it had been leaning for years, the windows fogged and clouded with grime. The porch was sagging, the stairs creaking as she made her way up. She paused at the door, her hand resting on the cold, rusted knob. There was a strange hesitation inside her, a flicker of instinct telling her to turn away. But the storm was worsening, and she had no other option. The door opened with a slow, grinding groan. The inside was dim, lit only by a few flickering candles and the faint light from the window. The air was stale, thick with dust, and the smell of something rotten lingered in the corners of the room. "Hello?" she called, her voice uncertain. but her words seemed to be swallowed by the oppressive silence. No response. She stepped inside, closing the door behind her, and a cold draft swept past her, making the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. The house seemed wrong. There was something unnatural about it. The furniture was old, but not simply vintage. There was a sense of decay that went beyond age. It was like the house had been left untouched for decades, but there was an eerie sense of life lingering in the shadows. She walked further inside, her footsteps echoing in the empty halls. The wallpaper was peeling, revealing layers of history that had long been hidden. The floors creaked with every step, but there was something else, a faint, whispering sound that seemed to come from the walls themselves. It was so soft, almost imperceptible, like voices murmuring just out of reach. "Is someone here?" she asked again, a little more forcefully this time, her heart beginning to race. But no one answered. The house remained still. As she turned into the next room, something caught her eye. A portrait hung crookedly on the wall, the image faded and worn, the faces of the people in the painting barely discernible. They were all smiling, too wide, too bright. But the longer she stared at the picture, the more she felt like their eyes were following her, their expressions shifting from smiles to something darker. A chill ran through her. She couldn't put her finger on it, but there was a heavy feeling in the air now, pressing against her chest, making it harder to breathe. She glanced around the room, and that's when she noticed it. The door at the end of the hallway was ajar, the faintest light shining through the crack. Her curiosity overpowered her fear. She moved toward it, her footsteps louder now in the thick silence, the whispering voices growing louder too. The door creaked open on its own as she reached it. Inside was a large, dimly lit room, the floor covered with old, ragged rugs. A fireplace sat in the corner, its embers barely glowing. But what caught her attention was the large rocking chair in the center of the room, slowly swaying back and forth, creaking with each movement. Laura stood frozen. The chair continued its motion, as though someone had just risen from it. But no one was there. Suddenly she heard it. A soft voice, just behind her. A whisper so close that it seemed to come from inside her own mind. "Leave now." Her heart skipped a beat, and she spun around, but no one was there. Only the empty room and the unsettling rocking chair. The air was cold, and the whispers grew louder, swirling around her like 1,000 voices whispering her name. "Leave, leave, leave." Her pulse quickened as she turned to run, but the door slammed shut behind her with a deafening crash. The house was alive, the walls seeming to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. She tried the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. The light in the room flickered, casting long, twisting shadows along the walls, and then, from the corner of the room, she saw something that made her blood run cold. A figure stood in the far corner, just beyond the shadows. It was tall, unnaturally tall, with limbs that stretched and contorted in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Its face was obscured by the darkness, but Laura could feel its gaze, like ice on her skin, a weight that crushed her chest. Who are you?" she whispered, her voice shaking. The figure didn't answer. It took a step toward her, its movements jerky, unnatural. The shadows seemed to cling to it, pulling it closer as if it were a part of the very darkness itself. Laura's breath caught in her throat. She could feel the room closing in on her, the walls pressing together, the floor beneath her shaking. It was like the house itself was alive, breathing, waiting. The figure took another step, its elongated fingers reaching toward her, and then, without warning, the whispers grew to a crescendo, a deafening scream that filled the entire room. It was the sound of hundreds of voices, of souls trapped in this house for eternity. "No! No!" Laura screamed, throwing herself against the door, but it wouldn't open. The figure's face finally emerged from the shadows,
and what she saw made her blood freeze. It was her face. Her own face, twisted into a grotesque grin, its eyes black pits, hollow and empty. "Stay with us," the figure hissed, its voice a rasping whisper. The floor beneath her gave way, and before she could scream, the darkness swallowed her whole, pulling her into the depths of the house.
Now we move to another story. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a sickly light over the small, secluded town. The streets were empty, save for the occasional flicker of a dim street lamp swaying in the wind. It was the kind of night that made you feel like something was just beyond the edge of your vision, lurking in the darkness, waiting. But for Emily, it was just another quiet evening in her quiet little town. She had grown up here. Her parents' house was tucked away on the outskirts, an old farmhouse surrounded by fields of tall, overgrown grass. It had always been peaceful, until recently. Lately, the silence had felt different, heavier. The house seemed to breathe with an unnatural rhythm, creaking and groaning in the dead of night. Sometimes, she thought she heard whispers, soft murmurs that seemed to come from the walls themselves. She told herself it was just the wind, or the house settling, or the isolation playing tricks on her mind. But tonight, as she stood in the kitchen, looking out the window at the empty fields stretching into the dark horizon, something felt wrong. The air was thick with unease, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The storm was coming. Emily didn't know why, but she felt compelled to leave the house, to go out into the fields. There was an odd pull, a tug in her chest that she couldn't explain. She grabbed her coat and stepped out into the chill of the night, her boots crunching against the gravel as she made her way down the path. The wind had started to pick up, carrying the scent of rain and something else, something foul. The sound of the storm was distant, yet somehow it felt close, like a presence hovering just over her shoulder. She tried to shake the feeling off, to tell herself she was just being paranoid. But the pull, the strange sensation in her chest, was too strong to ignore. She walked deeper into the fields, her breath coming faster now, her heart pounding in her chest. The grass around her was tall, bending with the wind, and the world around her seemed to grow darker with every step. She reached the old barn at the edge of the property, a structure she had avoided for years. The barn was old, so old that it looked as though it would collapse with the next gust of wind. It had always been a place of unease for her, a place her parents had warned her to stay away from when she was a child. But now, for some reason, she felt drawn to it. The door creaked as she pushed it open, the darkness inside swallowing her whole. She stepped in, her eyes struggling to adjust to the low light. The air was stale, thick with the scent of mold and something rotting. The floor was covered in old hay which crunched beneath her feet, but it wasn't the hay that caught her attention. It was the strange marks on the walls. Dark stains, like blood, streaked across the wooden beams, and what looked like symbols had been carved into the floor. They were crude, jagged shapes that twisted into one another, forming an unsettling pattern that made her stomach turn. She felt a shiver crawl down her spine, but she couldn't stop herself from stepping closer, drawn to the center of the room. And that's when she heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible whisper, like someone calling her name. "Emily!" Her heart leapt into her throat, and she froze, her body rigid with fear. The whisper came again, this time louder, closer. "Emily!" It was coming from the corner of the barn, where the shadows were thickest. She turned toward it, and as her eyes strained to make out the shape in the darkness, she saw it. A figure, a silhouette, standing perfectly still in the far corner, just out of the reach of the dim light. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice trembling, but the figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching her with an unnatural stillness. Her instinct screamed at her to run, but before she could turn, the barn door slammed shut behind her with a deafening crash. She whipped around, her eyes wide with panic, but there was no way out. The door was sealed, and the figure in the corner was moving now, slowly, deliberately, dragging its feet across the floor, inching closer. "Emily!" Her blood ran cold. The voice was unmistakable now. It wasn't a stranger's voice. It was her mother's. "Mom?" Emily whispered, her breath catching in her throat. But as the figure stepped closer, the face became clearer, and it wasn't her mother. Not exactly. It was a twisted, contorted version of her, with hollow eyes and a grin that stretched far too wide. The figure opened its mouth and spoke again, the voice raspy and full of malice. "You shouldn't have come back." Before Emily could react, the barn began to shake. The walls groaned as though they were alive, and the symbols on the floor began to glow with a sickly red light. The ground beneath her feet cracked, splitting open as if the earth itself was being torn apart. She stumbled backward, her breath coming in ragged gasps, but there was no escape. The barn was closing in on her, the darkness swallowing everything in sight. And then, from behind her, she felt it. A cold hand, icy and wet, grasping her shoulder. She turned, but there was nothing there. Just the suffocating dark. "Run," a voice whispered in her ear this time. Not her mother's. No, this voice was far more sinister, far older. She turned toward the door again, her hands shaking as she fumbled for the handle. The barn was trembling around her, and the whispers grew louder, filling her ears with thousands of voices, all calling her name. "Emily!" The barn was collapsing now, the walls splintering, the floor buckling beneath her. She could feel the pull again, stronger than ever, dragging her toward the center of the room, toward the figure that was still grinning, its empty eyes fixed on her with hunger. But just as the walls closed in on her, she heard something else, a loud crash from outside. The barn door exploded outward, splintering into 1,000 pieces. Emily stumbled back, barely catching her balance, her mind racing. Through the smoke and the dust, she saw a figure emerge, a man, tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a coat stained with dirt and blood. "Run, Emily!" he shouted, his voice full of urgency. But the figure in the corner, the thing that wasn't her mother, was already moving toward her again, its smile growing wider, the darkness in its eyes swallowing her whole. As the man reached for her, she screamed, and the barn collapsed into nothing but rubble, taking everything with it. Now, moving to another horror story. The town of Black Hollow had always been a quiet, unremarkable place. Nestled between dense forests and rolling hills, it seemed like the kind of town that time forgot. People came, people went, but the place never really changed. There was always the same familiar rhythm to life, except for the nights. Those long, dark nights when the air grew thick and the silence hung heavier than usual, like the earth itself was holding its breath. Amelia had always felt the unease. She had grown up in Black Hollow, raised in the small house at the edge of town, near the old cemetery that had been there long before she was born. She never liked walking past the cemetery, especially at night, even though her family had lived nearby for generations. The stones were weathered, the names barely legible, and the ground uneven, as though the earth itself wanted to keep its secrets buried. She never gave much thought to the strange tales that her grandmother would tell her when she was little. The stories about the whispering trees and the dark ones that haunted the woods at night. Stories about the people who went missing, never to return. Old wives' tales, her mother had always said. Nothing more. But tonight, something was different. Amelia had been working late, her mind absorbed in paperwork at the small-town library, when the clock struck midnight. She'd planned to walk home, but the storm had come out of nowhere, crashing down in waves of rain.
lightning flashing across the sky in violent streaks. The wind howled through the trees outside, rattling the windows, and the thunder shook the walls of the library. She decided to wait the storm out. She sat by the window, watching the rain lash against the glass, feeling an uneasy itch along the back of her neck. She wasn't sure why, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. It was as if the library, once so quiet and comforting, had become alive, the shadows creeping along the walls, twisting and stretching in unnatural ways. She glanced down at the old book she was holding, but something made her look up again. And there, just beyond the window, standing in the pouring rain, was a figure, a woman. Her face was obscured by the hood of a dark cloak, her hands folded neatly in front of her. Amelia's heart began to race. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, staring at her through the glass. There was something wrong about her, something off, but Amelia couldn't put her finger on it. She stared at the figure for what felt like an eternity before it slowly began to walk toward the library door. The figure moved with an unnatural grace, her footsteps soft and silent against the wet ground, as though she were gliding. Amelia felt a sudden urge to go outside, to open the door and speak to her. But no, something told her not to. The woman reached the door and stopped, standing just inches away from the glass. Amelia watched, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The woman raised her hand, pressing it against the door, and for a moment, Amelia thought she saw something move in the woman's eyes. Something dark, something ancient. The figure stayed there for a long time, her hand pressed flat against the door, her face unreadable. And then, just as suddenly as she had appeared, the woman turned and vanished into the night, disappearing into the storm like a shadow melting into the darkness. Amelia exhaled in relief, but the unease still clung to her, gnawing at the edges of her mind. She didn't wait long before she grabbed her things and left the library, hoping to make it home before the storm worsened. The rain was still coming down in sheets as she stepped into the street, the wind howling in her ears, the only sound her footsteps splashing through puddles. She hurried down the familiar road that led to her house, her thoughts swirling in a frenzy, trying to make sense of what she had just seen. The figure had been real, but who was she? And why was she staring at Amelia? The storm seemed to grow stronger as she walked, the wind howling louder now, pushing her off balance. She didn't notice it at first, the faint whispering that came from the trees. But when she did, it froze her in her tracks. The wind wasn't just the wind, it was the voices, the soft, low murmurs. Help, help. Amelia turned, her heart racing. The voices were coming from the cemetery, the same place she had always avoided, the place where the gravestones leaned at odd angles, where the shadows seemed to dance even in daylight. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice trembling. But no one answered. Only the whispering grew louder, echoing in her ears. "Help! Help!" The wind picked up again, carrying the voices with it, swirling them around her, drowning out all other sounds. Amelia felt a sudden cold hand on her shoulder, and she whipped around, her breath caught in her throat. There was no one behind her, just the empty, rain-soaked road stretching into the distance. The whispering was all around her now, and it wasn't just a voice. It was 1,000 voices crying out from the cemetery, a low, mournful wail that filled the air, making her chest tighten with fear. Amelia forced herself to move, her feet stumbling over the wet ground as she ran toward her house. The sound of the voices chased her, following her every step, the cries growing louder, more frantic. She was almost there, just a few steps away from the safety of her porch, when she heard a sound that made her stop dead in her tracks. The sound of footsteps, heavy, slow, methodical. She turned, but all she saw was the cemetery. No one was there. Yet, the footsteps continued, closer and closer,
the sound of them echoing in the dead silence of the night. And then, from the shadows of the cemetery, the woman appeared again. Her face was still hidden beneath the cloak, but this time, Amelia could feel her presence more acutely, as if the very air around her had thickened with dread. The woman raised her hand slowly, pointing at Amelia, her finger extended in a motion that was both commanding and unnatural. Her voice, when it came, was low and rasping, as though it had come from the depths of the earth. "Come." Amelia's heart pounded in her chest, the storm roaring around her like a living thing. The woman took a step forward, another, and then the ground beneath Amelia's feet seemed to shift, the earth groaning, as though it were coming alive, pulling her toward the cemetery. She screamed and turned, running as fast as she could toward her house, her heart pounding in her ears. The voices were louder now, filling her head, and the ground trembled beneath her. The woman's shadow followed her, stretching impossibly long across the rain-soaked road, chasing her like a predator. She reached her porch, the door in front of her, her hands shaking as she tried to unlock it. The storm howled in the background, and the last thing she heard before she slammed the door shut was the voice of the woman, now clear as day. "Not yet." The house fell silent. The storm outside raged, but inside there was only the pounding of Amelia's heart. She turned to lock the door, but before she could, she saw it, out of the corner of her eye. A shadow, a figure standing just beyond the window, and she realized with sudden horror that she was not alone. It began on a night like any other, quiet, cold, and still. I was driving home, the road stretching endlessly before me, swallowed by the thick embrace of the forest on either side. The headlights of my car cut through the dark, illuminating fleeting glimpses of trees, their skeletal branches clawing at the sky. It was then, as I rounded a sharp curve, that I saw it, something darting across the road. At first, I thought it was a deer, but no. It was too quick, too low to the ground, and its movement unnatural. I slammed on the brakes, my heart hammering in my chest, the tires screeching in protest. When the car stopped, the thing was gone. Just shadows and silence again. I told myself it was nothing, just a trick of the light or a stray animal. But deep down, I felt it, a faint, gnawing unease that wouldn't let go. I pressed on, but the road seemed longer now, the darkness denser, like it was wrapping itself around me. Then, the radio crackled. Static at first, then a voice. Faint, almost a whisper. "You shouldn't be here," it said. I froze, my hand hovering over the dial. The voice wasn't clear. It sounded distorted, broken, like it wasn't meant to be heard. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice trembling. No answer, just static, and then laughter. Low, guttural laughter that crawled under my skin and made my stomach twist. I turned the radio off, but the laughter didn't stop. It was faint, but it was there, lingering in the air around me. I drove faster, the road twisting and turning like a serpent under my tires. That's when I saw the house. I swear it hadn't been there before. It was old, leaning awkwardly to one side, its windows dark and lifeless. Something about it felt wrong, like it didn't belong in this world. I tried to drive past, but the engine sputtered and died, leaving me stranded in the oppressive silence. The air felt heavy, thick, and cold. I stepped out, my breath fogging in the freezing air, and approached the house. Every step felt wrong, like the ground beneath me wasn't solid, like it might give way and swallow me whole. The door creaked open on its own, revealing a hallway bathed in shadows. I hesitated, but something compelled me forward, like invisible hands were pushing me. The floorboards groaned under my weight, the sound echoing through the empty space. Inside, the air smelled of rot and decay. The wallpaper was peeling, the furniture covered in dust and cobwebs. And then I saw them, photographs on the walls. They were old, black and white, and every single one of them showed the same thing. A dark figure standing in the background, its face obscured. A sudden noise, footsteps, not mine. They came from above, slow and deliberate. My heart raced as I looked up at the ceiling, my breath hitching in my throat. I wanted to leave, but my feet refused to move. Then, a voice, the same voice from the radio. "Why did you come?" it whispered, close, too close, as if it was right behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. The footsteps grew louder, descending the stairs now, each step a deliberate reminder that I wasn't alone. And then I saw it. A figure at the top of the stairs. Tall, impossibly thin, its limbs too long, its head tilted unnaturally to the side. Its eyes, or where its eyes should have been, were hollow, empty voids that seemed to suck in the light around them. It stared at me, unmoving, unblinking. I ran. I don't even remember how I got back to the car, but somehow I did. The engine roared to life and I sped away, not daring to look back. The house disappeared in the rearview mirror, swallowed by the dark. But the feeling didn't go away. The laughter still echoed in my ears. The voice still whispered in the back of my mind. And in the mirror, I saw them. Hollow eyes staring back at me from the back seat. Moving to our next story. Have you ever felt like you're being watched, even when you're alone? I used to laugh at the idea, chalk it up to an overactive imagination. That is, until the night it happened to me. It started in the most mundane way. I was sitting at my desk, scrolling through emails late into the night. My apartment was silent except for the faint hum of my computer. Outside, the city had gone to sleep. A calm night, or so I thought. At first, it was just a flicker, a brief, almost imperceptible movement at the edge of my vision. I glanced toward the corner of the room, expecting to see, well, nothing. And there was nothing. Just the faint outline of furniture in the soft glow of my desk lamp. But then, it happened again. This time, I was sure. A shadow moved, not across the room, but inside the shadow itself. Like it was alive, writhing against the wall. I told myself it was my eyes playing tricks on me, but the unease started to settle in, clawing at the edges of my mind. I turned back to my screen, trying to shake the feeling. That's when I noticed it, the reflection. The darkened screen of my monitor acted like a mirror, faintly reflecting the room behind me. And there it was. Something was standing in the corner. Not someone, something. It was tall, hunched over, its limbs unnaturally long. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I didn't dare move, didn't dare turn around. I just stared at the reflection. Its head tilted, as if it was studying me, its face obscured by the shadow. My heart pounded so loud it drowned out the silence, a desperate rhythm that seemed to echo off the walls. Slowly, it began to move. It didn't walk. It glided noiselessly toward me. Closer and closer, until it was standing directly behind me. I could feel it now, the presence, the weight of its gaze pressing down on me. And then, a sound, a raspy, guttural breath, so close it stirred the hairs on the back of my neck. I snapped. I spun around, ready to face whatever it was. But the room was empty. Just my apartment, bathed in the warm glow of my lamp. My heart was still racing, my mind screaming that something was wrong.
But there was nothing there. I laughed nervously, shaking my head. "You're losing it," I muttered to myself, forcing a weak smile. I stood up, deciding to call it a night. Sleep would clear my head. As I moved toward the bedroom, I noticed something. The air felt different, heavier, colder, and then I saw it. The mirror in the hallway. It didn't reflect me. No, it reflected us. There I was, standing frozen, and behind me, it was there again. Only this time, I could see it clearly. Its skin was ashen, stretched taut over jagged bones. Its eyes were black voids, impossibly deep, and its mouth was a twisted grin full of too many teeth. It leaned in close, its face nearly touching mine in the reflection. I didn't dare move. My body wouldn't let me. Its grin widened, and then it whispered. No sound came out of its mouth, but I felt the words vibrating deep in my chest like a secret only my body could hear. "You invited me." My breath hitched. I didn't know what it meant. Didn't want to. I bolted for the door, fumbling with the lock, my hands shaking uncontrollably. When I finally threw it open, I stopped. My blood ran cold. The hallway outside my apartment wasn't there anymore. Just a vast, infinite darkness stretching out in every direction. I stepped back, slamming the door shut, my back pressed against it as my chest heaved with panicked breaths. And then the lights went out. The darkness was absolute. I couldn't see, couldn't hear anything but the pounding of my heart. I fumbled for my phone, for anything to light up the room. My hands found the screen and I clicked it on. The beam of light from my phone revealed nothing at first. Just the walls of my apartment, the desk, the couch. And then it landed on the mirror. My reflection was gone, but it wasn't empty. It was still there, standing on the other side, staring out at me, its grin impossibly wide now, stretching ear to ear. It raised a hand, and so did I, but not of my own accord. My body wasn't mine anymore. It was then that I realized this wasn't my home anymore. It was its.
Let's continue with next story. You've heard the stories about the woods, haven't you? The kind of tales whispered around campfires, dismissed as superstition, but never completely forgotten. Everyone says, don't go into the forest at night. I wish I'd listened. It started as a dare. My friends and I were out near the edge of Black Hollow, the kind of place everyone in town avoided. They joked about the legends, the disappearances, the strange sounds people claimed to hear, and me, I laughed along, pretending I wasn't scared. Then came the challenge. Go into the woods just until the old clearing, 5 minutes, then come back. I didn't want to do it, but their teasing, their jeers, I couldn't stand it. So I went, alone. The moment I stepped past the tree line, the air changed. It was colder, heavier, like the forest was holding its breath. The moonlight barely pierced through the canopy, and each step I took felt muffled, like the earth itself was swallowing the sound. I told myself it was fine, just a few minutes. The clearing wasn't far, everyone knew that. But as I walked, the path twisted in ways it shouldn't have. Trees loomed larger, their branches tangled like grasping fingers. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. No wind, no rustling leaves, no distant chirping of crickets, just silence. And then, a sound. Faint at first, a low melodic hum drifting through the trees. It wasn't natural, too deliberate, too human. I stopped, straining to listen. The hum grew louder, closer, wrapping around me like a thick fog. My heart pounded in my chest as I turned, searching for the source. There, between the trees, I saw it. A light. Faint, flickering, like a lantern swaying gently in the dark. I thought maybe it was one of my friends trying to scare me. But as I stepped closer, I realized the light wasn't coming from a lantern. It was coming from her. She stood in the clearing, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. Her dress was tattered, her hair wild, and her skin pale, almost translucent. She didn't look at me at first. She was humming, swaying slightly, her head tilted down. The melody was strange, haunting, like a lullaby sung in a language I couldn't understand. I should have turned back. I should have run, but I didn't. Something about her pulled me in, a magnetic force I couldn't resist. I took a step closer, and her head snapped up. Her eyes, they weren't human, black as the void, endless and empty, and yet they saw everything. She smiled, and her mouth was wrong, too wide, her teeth too sharp. Her voice cut through the silence like a blade. "Lost, are you?" she said, her tone dripping with mockery. I tried to speak, to explain, but no words came out. My body felt frozen, paralyzed by fear. She took a step toward me, her bare feet not making a sound on the forest floor. "This is no place for the living," she whispered, her voice a soft, venomous hiss. "But you came anyway." I stumbled back, my heart racing. I'm leaving," I managed to stammer, my voice barely above a whisper. Her laughter echoed through the trees, sharp and chilling. "Leave," she repeated, tilting her head. "You don't leave once you're seen." The light around her flared, brighter now, casting long, jagged shadows across the trees. The forest itself seemed to change, the branches twisting, the ground shifting under my feet. Her smile widened as she reached out, her fingers impossibly long, her nails like claws. I turned and ran, my breath ragged, my legs burning. The forest wasn't the same anymore. The path I'd taken was gone, replaced by a labyrinth of trees that seemed to close in around me. And behind me, her humming followed, louder, faster, like a predator toying with its prey. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes? Hours? It felt like eternity. My lungs ached, my legs trembled, but I couldn't stop. Her laughter was everywhere, echoing through the forest, mocking me. Finally, I saw it. A break in the trees, the faint glow of streetlights, the edge of the forest. Safety. I pushed myself harder, stumbling out onto the dirt road, collapsing to my knees. When I looked back, the forest was still. Quiet. Empty. I thought I was safe. I thought I'd escaped. But now I know better. She didn't follow me out of the woods. She didn't have to. I see her in the shadows of my room now, hear her humming when the night is quiet. She's waiting, always waiting, just out of reach. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I feel her breath on my neck, her voice whispering the same words over and over. You don't leave once you're seen. Let's continue to another story. There's an old motel on the edge of town, Harper's Rest. It's the kind of place people drive past without a second glance. Faded neon sign, peeling paint, windows that seem permanently smudged. The kind of place you only stop at if you're desperate. And that night, I was desperate. My car broke down on Route 17, miles from anything. My phone was dead, of course. I walked for what felt like hours, the road stretching endlessly through the darkness until I saw the glow of the motel's sign flickering in the distance. When I stepped inside, the air was thick, stale, like the place hadn't breathed in years. The lobby was empty, except for a desk with a small bell. I tapped it lightly, the metallic ding cutting through the silence. After a long moment, an old man emerged from the back room. His eyes were milky, unfocused, but somehow he still seemed to be looking through me. He smiled, showing too many yellowed teeth. "Need a room?" he asked, his voice raspy and low. I nodded. He handed me a key without asking any questions. Room 7. The hallway was dim, the carpet damp beneath my feet. The walls were lined with old, faded photographs, all black and white, and all showing the same thing. The motel, years ago, surrounded by smiling guests. But something about the photos felt off. The people were smiling, yes, but their eyes, they looked terrified. I hurried to my room, locking the door behind me. The room was exactly what you'd expect, shabby, outdated, and uninviting. The bed creaked when I sat on it, the mattress sagging in the middle. I thought I'd feel safer with the door locked, but I didn't. Something wasn't right. The air felt heavy, oppressive, like the walls were closing in. I told myself I was imagining things, that I just needed to sleep. I turned off the light and lay down, the darkness swallowing the room. For a moment all was quiet. Then I heard it. A soft scratching sound, faint but unmistakable, coming from the wall behind me. I sat up, heart pounding, straining to listen. The scratching grew louder, more frantic, as if something was trying to claw its way through the wall. I backed away from the bed, my eyes locked on the spot where the noise was coming from. And then it stopped. The silence was worse, heavy, suffocating. I didn't move, didn't breathe, until the sound started again, this time from the bathroom. Slow, deliberate, like fingernails dragging across tile. I crept toward the bathroom door, my hands trembling. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. No answer, just the scratching. I reached for the light switch, my fingers brushing against the cold, cracked tile. The bulb flickered, casting the bathroom in a sickly yellow glow. The tub was empty, the sink stained, the mirror cracked. But there, on the tiled floor, I saw it. A dark stain spreading slowly, as if something was bleeding through the walls. I backed away, but the light flickered again and went out, plunging me into darkness. That's when I heard it. A voice. Low, guttural, like a growl. "Leave," it said, dragging the word out like a warning. I bolted for the door, fumbling with the lock. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the knob. Finally it opened, and I stumbled into the hallway, gasping for air. But the hallway was different now. Longer, darker. The photographs on the walls, they'd changed. The smiling people were gone. The frames were empty, just blank spaces where faces should have been. I ran, not knowing where I was going, just desperate to escape. Every door I passed seemed to be watching me, the numbers shifting and flickering as I moved. The end of the hallway felt impossibly far away, like I was running in place. And then I saw it. A figure standing in the shadows at the far end of the hall. Tall, motionless, its head tilted unnaturally to the side. "Room 7, it whispered, the voice echoing around me. "You left too soon." I turned back toward the lobby, but the old man was there now, standing in the middle of the hall, blocking my path. His smile was gone, replaced by a blank, expressionless stare. "You shouldn't have come," he said, his voice hollow. I backed away, trapped between him and the figure. The walls began to close in, the hallway narrowing, the ceiling dropping lower and lower. The air was thick, choking. And then I woke up. I was back in room 7, lying on the bed, the faint glow of morning creeping through the curtains. For a moment I thought it was over, that it had all been a terrible dream. But when I sat up, I saw it. The walls were covered in scratches, deep and jagged, spelling out one word, over and over. "Stay." I ran. I didn't even stop to grab my things. When I finally made it outside, the sun was rising, and the motel looked normal, quiet, empty. But as I walked away, I glanced back one last time, and there, in the window of room 7, I saw the old man. smiling, watching me leave. Now we are moving to next story. I never believed in the paranormal. Ghosts, spirits, haunted places, they were just stories people told to scare themselves. But after what happened, I'm not so sure anymore. It all started when I moved into the apartment. It wasn't much, small, old, with creaky floors and a faint smell of mildew. But it was affordable, and I needed a fresh start. The landlord was eager to rent it out. Too eager, maybe. He handed me the keys without much of a tour, mumbling something about quirks in the building. I didn't think much of it at the time. The first night was uneventful. I unpacked, set up my bed, and fell asleep to the sound of the city humming outside the window. But by the second night, I started noticing things. It began with a sound, a faint tapping, rhythmic, like someone knocking softly on wood. At first I thought it was coming from the apartment above me, but when I went to the window, I realized it wasn't. It was coming from inside the walls. I pressed my ear against the plaster, trying to make sense of it, but as soon as I did, the tapping stopped. The silence was almost worse, like the air itself was waiting for me to move. I shook it off, telling myself it was just an old building settling. But that night, I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I noticed something strange. A picture frame I'd hung in the living room was crooked, tilted so far to one side it looked like it might fall. I could have sworn it had been straight the day before. I adjusted it, and as I stepped back to admire my handiwork, the frame shifted, tilting again, right in front of me. I froze. My heart pounded as I stared at it. The room was still. No breeze, no vibration. Nothing to explain what I'd just seen. I laughed nervously, convincing myself it was my imagination, and went about my day. But things only got stranger. By the third night, I couldn't ignore it anymore. The tapping was back, louder this time, and accompanied by something else. A whisper, low, almost imperceptible, like someone speaking just out of earshot. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to make out the words. They were garbled, broken, like static on a bad connection. I wanted to believe it was the neighbors, the pipes, anything but what it sounded like. And then the whispers stopped. Silence filled the apartment. Heavy, oppressive. I thought maybe I'd imagined it all. But then, the door to my bedroom creaked open. Slowly, deliberately. I sat up, my breath caught in my throat. "Hello!" I called out, my voice shaking. No response. Just the faint groan of the door swinging fully open, revealing the dark hallway beyond. I grabbed my phone, turning on the flashlight, and crept toward the door. My hands were shaking so badly, the beam of light wavered. I stepped into the hallway, the old wooden floorboards creaking beneath my feet. The tapping started again, louder now, coming from the far end of the hall. My heart was racing as I followed the sound, the light from my phone bouncing off the peeling wallpaper. The noise led me to a small door at the end of the hallway, one I hadn't noticed before. It was an old, narrow door, the kind you'd see leading to an attic or crawl space. The tapping was coming from behind it, urgent now, almost frantic. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but something, curiosity or maybe something else, kept me rooted to the spot. I reached for the handle, my fingers trembling, and slowly pulled the door open. The space beyond was pitch black. The flashlight barely penetrated the darkness, revealing only dust and cobwebs. The tapping had stopped. I leaned in, squinting, trying to see further, when something moved. A face appeared, pale and gaunt, its hollow eyes staring back at me from the void. Its lips were cracked, and as they parted, the whispers began again, louder this time, filling my ears, my head, my very being. "Help me!" it said, the voice ragged and broken. I stumbled back, slamming the door shut, my heart pounding like a drum. I ran to my room, locking the door behind me. I didn't sleep that night. The whispers didn't stop. They came from everywhere. The walls, the floor, even the ceiling, growing louder, more insistent. By morning, I'd made up my mind. I had to leave. I packed what little I could carry, determined to never set foot in that apartment again. But as I reached for the door to leave, I noticed something. The picture frame on the wall was crooked again, and beneath it, scrawled in dark, jagged letters, were 2 words: "Stay here." I didn't look back. I ran out of the apartment, down the stairs, and into the daylight, my chest heaving. I never went back. I didn't even return to get my things. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I still hear it. The tapping, the whispers, faint but unmistakable, like they've followed me, waiting for the day I'll come back. Now I'll tell you another story. It began with a dream. At least I thought it was a dream. I was standing in an empty field under a pale grey sky. The air was heavy still, and the horizon stretched endlessly in all directions. In the distance, I could see a house, old, decrepit, leaning to one side like it might collapse under its own weight. Something about the house felt wrong, but I was drawn to it. My feet moved on their own, carrying me toward it with slow, deliberate steps. The closer I got, the more the air seemed to change, thickening, pressing down on me like a weight. When I reached the porch, I saw that the door was open, just a crack, enough to invite me inside. I hesitated, my breath hitching in my throat. That's when I heard it. A soft, shuffling sound, like footsteps dragging across the floorboards inside. I wanted to turn back, but I couldn't. My legs wouldn't obey. I stepped onto the porch, the wood creaking beneath me, and pushed the door open. The inside was dark, the kind of darkness that felt alive, like it was watching me. The air smelled damp, like rot and old wood. As I stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind me. The sound echoed through the house, and then there was silence. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. No answer, just the sound of my own breathing. I walked deeper into the house, my footsteps muffled by the thick layer of dust that coated the floor. The walls were lined with old photographs, their frames cracked and tarnished. Each one showed a family, parents, children, smiling at the camera. But their faces were blurred, smudged, as if someone had taken their thumb and wiped it across the image. I reached for one of the pictures, drawn to it despite the unease crawling up my spine. As my fingers brushed the frame, I heard it again, the shuffling sound, louder this time, coming from somewhere upstairs. Against every instinct screaming at me to leave, I climbed the stairs. They groaned under my weight, each step echoing like a warning. At the top, there was a long hallway lined with doors. Most were closed, but one at the end of the hall was ajar, a faint light spilling out from within. I moved toward it, my pulse pounding in my ears. The shuffling sound was louder now, coming from the room ahead. As I reached the door, I pushed it open slowly, the hinges squealing in protest. Inside was a child's bedroom. The wallpaper was peeling, the furniture broken and covered in dust. In the center of the room was a crib, its wooden bars splintered. And inside the crib, there was a doll. It was old, its porcelain face cracked, one of its eyes missing. It was dressed in a tattered gown, its tiny hands clutching a piece of paper. My hands shook as I reached for the paper, unfolding it carefully. The note was written in shaky, uneven letters. "She doesn't like it when you're here." As I read the words, the door behind me slammed shut. The light in the room flickered, then went out completely. I was plunged into darkness, and then I heard it, breathing. Slow, shallow breaths coming from right behind me. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. The breathing grew louder, closer, until I could feel it on the back of my neck. I turned slowly, my phone's flashlight trembling in my hand. The beam of light landed on a figure, a woman, gaunt and pale, her hair matted and hanging in front of her face. Her eyes were wide, empty, staring directly at me. Her mouth was stretched into a twisted smile, too wide, her teeth jagged and yellowed. "You shouldn't have come here," she whispered, her voice like the rustle of dead leaves. I stumbled backward, crashing into the crib. The doll fell to the floor, its porcelain face shattering. The woman let out a guttural scream, a sound that wasn't human. The room seemed to tilt, the walls closing in as her laughter filled the air. I ran. I don't remember how I got out of the house, only that I ended up outside, gasping for air under the pale grey sky. The house loomed behind me, its windows like empty eyes watching me leave. I didn't go back. I couldn't. But the dream didn't stop. Every night I was back in that house, wandering its halls, hearing the shuffling footsteps, the breathing, her laughter. And then, it wasn't just in my dreams. I started hearing it in my apartment. The shuffle of footsteps in the hallway. The sound of a door creaking open when I knew I'd locked it. And sometimes, when I looked in the mirror, I'd catch a glimpse of her, just for a moment, standing behind me, her twisted smile reflected back at me. Now, I'm afraid to sleep, afraid to close my eyes, because I know the next time I wake up, I might not be in my bed. I might be back in that house. Now I'll tell you another one. It started with a voicemail. I didn't recognize the number. It wasn't in my contacts, but I had been waiting for a call about a job application, so I answered. There was nothing but static, a faint crackling hiss that seemed to grow louder the longer I listened. Finally, I hung up, chalking it up to a bad connection. An hour later, I noticed the notification, a voicemail from the same number. I played it, expecting silence, or maybe an accidental pocket dial. Instead, I heard something that sent a chill down my spine. It was my own voice. "Hello?" The recording began. My voice sounded distant, muffled. "Is someone there?" A pause, then, "Who are you? What do you want?" But I hadn't said any of those things. I hadn't spoken them, and I certainly hadn't recorded them. My heart pounded as I replayed the message over and over, trying to make sense of it. Each time, my voice sounded more frantic, more afraid. At the end of the message, there was a sound, a low, guttural noise like something breathing heavily. I deleted it. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like someone was watching me, like there was a presence in the room. Shadows seemed to shift in the corners of my vision, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. At 3:07 a.m., my phone rang again. The same number. I stared at the screen, my pulse racing. I didn't answer. I couldn't. But when the ringing stopped, there it was again. The notification for a voicemail. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the play button. Finally, I pressed it. This time it wasn't just my voice. It started the same way. Me asking who was there, my voice trembling. But then I heard something else. Another voice. Deep, raspy, barely above a whisper. "You can't run," it said. "You can't hide." I dropped the phone, my hands shaking. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a prank? Some kind of elaborate scam? But how could they mimic my voice like that? The next morning, I went to the police. They were polite but dismissive, chalking it up to spoofed numbers and deep-fake technology. "It's probably just some tech-savvy kid messing with you," the officer said. "Block the number and move on." So I blocked it, but it didn't stop. That night my phone rang again. This time it was from a different number.
One I didn't recognize. I didn't answer, but the voicemail notification came almost immediately. I didn't want to listen to it. I tried to ignore it, but the notification sat there, glaring at me, a constant reminder. Finally, I gave in and pressed play. The message was short. 5 words, spoken in that same deep, raspy voice. "You shouldn't have blocked me." I barely slept that night. Every creak of the house, every distant sound set my nerves on edge. I felt like I wasn't alone, like the very air in the room was charged with something malevolent. The next day, the calls started coming more frequently. Different numbers each time, all leaving voicemails. Some were silent, others were filled with static or faint whispers I couldn't make out. But the worst ones were the ones where I could hear myself. Each time my voice was more panicked, more desperate. It was as if the recordings were coming from some alternate version of me, one trapped in a nightmare I couldn't understand. And always, at the end of the message, I would hear that low, guttural breathing. One night, I decided to record everything. I set up my phone to capture audio, determined to prove to myself that it was all in my head. But when I played the recording back the next morning, my blood ran cold. I could hear myself tossing and turning in bed, muttering in my sleep. And then, at exactly 3:07 a.m., there was a loud click, like the sound of a phone being picked up. "Hello?" My voice whispered on the recording, trembling. There was a pause, and then, "Who are you? What do you want?" It was the exact same voice I'd heard in the first voicemail. My voice. And then, the other voice spoke. Low, raspy, filled with malice. "I'm already here." I stared at the screen, my hands shaking. I rewound the recording, listening to it again and again. Each time, the words hit me like a physical blow. "I'm already here." I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to turn to. All I knew was that I couldn't stay in that house another night. I packed a bag and left, checking into a motel on the other side of town. But the calls didn't stop. Even now they come, no matter where I go. The numbers are always different, always untraceable. And the messages are getting worse. Now, when I hear my own voice on the recordings, it's screaming, begging, pleading for help. And the other voice, it's laughing. A deep, guttural laugh that chills me to my core. I don't know what it wants. I don't know how it's doing this. But I'm starting to think the police were wrong. Let's start with next story. The last time I saw my brother was 5 years ago. We weren't close. Life had pulled us in different directions. Jobs, relationships, miles of distance. Still, when he called me out of the blue and asked for help, I couldn't ignore it. There was something in his voice, something I'd never heard before. Fear. "Please just come," he said. "I can't explain it over the phone." He gave me an address to a cabin deep in the woods, hours away from the nearest town. It was strange. He wasn't the kind of guy to retreat to the wilderness. He loved the city, the noise, the crowds. But his voice had cracked when he gave me the address, and that was enough to make me go. I arrived late in the afternoon, the sun hanging low in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. The cabin was small, weathered, and surrounded by a silence that felt unnatural. As I stepped out of my car, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. The door to the cabin was ajar. "Ben!" I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness. There was no answer. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of mildew and something else, something metallic. Blood. The living room was a mess. Furniture overturned, papers scattered across the floor. On the table was a notebook, open to a page filled with frantic scrawls. "They come at night," it read. "They look like us, but they're not." My stomach tightened as I flipped through the pages. The writing became more erratic, the words barely legible. "Don't trust them. They're in the walls."
They know when you're alone. I heard a noise then, a faint rustling sound, like something moving just out of sight. My heart raced as I turned toward the hallway. The door at the end was slightly open, a dim light spilling out. "Ben!" I called again, my voice shaking. The rustling stopped. I moved down the hall, my footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. The door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing a small bedroom. The bed was unmade, the blankets tangled, and there, sitting in the corner, was my brother. His back was to me, his shoulders hunched. His clothes were dirty, torn, and he was muttering something under his breath. "Ben," I said softly, stepping closer. "It's me." He froze, his head tilting slightly as if listening. Slowly, he turned to face me, and I felt my breath catch. It was Ben, but it wasn't. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, filled with a wild, animal-like fear. His skin was pale, almost grey, and his lips were cracked, flecked with dried blood. "They're here," he whispered. "They followed you." "Who? Ben, what are you talking about?" He lunged forward, grabbing my arm with a strength that didn't seem possible. "You have to leave," he hissed. "They'll take you too. They'll make you one of them." I tried to pull away, but his grip was like iron. "Ben, stop. You're scaring me." "They already know you're here," he said, his voice cracking. "They'll come for you at sundown." And then, as if on cue, the light outside began to fade. The cabin was plunged into shadow, the only illumination coming from the dim bulb hanging overhead. Ben released me, backing into the corner, his eyes darting to the windows. "It's too late," he whispered. "They're here." The sound came then, a soft, rhythmic tapping on the window. My blood ran cold as I turned to look. A figure stood outside, its face obscured by the gathering darkness. "Don't let them in," Ben said, his voice trembling. "No matter what they say, no matter who they look like, don't let them in." The tapping grew louder, more insistent. The figure pressed its face against the glass, and I saw it. It looked like me. My own face stared back at me, but the eyes were wrong. Too wide, too dark. A twisted smile spread across its lips, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too many. It raised a hand and knocked on the glass, its voice muffled but clear. "Let me in." I stumbled back, shaking my head. "This isn't real. This can't be real." "It's real," Ben said, his voice hoarse. "They mimic us. They wear our faces, but they're not us. Don't trust it." The thing outside knocked again, harder this time. "Let me in," it repeated, its voice perfectly mimicking mine. "It's cold out here." I grabbed Ben, dragging him toward the door. "We have to go," I said. "We can't stay here." He resisted, shaking his head violently. "You don't understand. You can't run from them. They'll follow you. They always follow." The cabin shuddered, the walls creaking as if under immense pressure. The tapping turned into pounding, coming from every window, every door. Shadows moved outside, dozens of them, their faces all too familiar. "We have to try," I said, my voice breaking. "Ben, please." But he wouldn't move. He just sank to the floor, clutching his head, muttering to himself. "They'll take you," he said. "They'll take you, and then they'll take me." The last thing I saw before I ran was his face, twisted in anguish, his eyes filled with tears. I didn't look back as I fled into the woods, the sound of pounding and laughter echoing behind me. I don't know how I made it out. The shadows chased me, their faces shifting, morphing into people I knew, people I loved. But I didn't stop running until I reached the road. Now I'm back home, but I can't escape them. Every night I hear the tapping on my windows, the soft, insistent knock. And when I look outside, I see them. My friends, my family, myself. They're waiting. Now I'll tell you another scary story. I always thought I was safe in my apartment. It wasn't the best place. Old walls, cracked windows, the kind of place you find when you're just starting out. But it was mine. And I had always felt comfortable there, alone, with my thoughts, my books, and the low hum of city noise outside. Nothing ever seemed out of the ordinary. That is until one evening, when everything changed. I had gotten home late after a long shift at work. The building was eerily quiet. I thought it was strange, but I was tired and didn't give it much thought. As I stepped into the elevator, I noticed something. A smell. Something faint, but off. A rotting, musty scent that clung to the walls. I frowned and glanced around, but there was no one in the elevator with me, and the floors passed by as usual. I tried to ignore it, but it lingered in my nose, clinging to the back of my throat. When I reached my apartment, the smell had intensified. It was coming from the hallway. I stepped out of the elevator, scanning the area. The hallway looked the same as always, dim, lined with old paintings on the walls, but there was something different. The air was thick, almost suffocating. I hesitated. The door to my apartment was cracked open. I never left my door ajar. My heart skipped a beat, but I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I'd forgotten to lock it. I wasn't sure anymore. I approached slowly and pushed the door open fully. It was dark inside. The light switch was across the room, but I could see something that made my blood run cold. The floor. It was wet. No, not wet. It was sticky. And it wasn't from the rain, because the windows were closed. The air smelled worse now, almost unbearable. I walked in cautiously, flicking the light on. The apartment looked the same, but something felt wrong. The living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, all the same. But the smell was stronger here, and I noticed a faint scraping noise coming from behind the walls. I froze, my mind racing. Was someone in here with me? "Hello!" I called out, my voice trembling. No response. I moved toward the kitchen, cautiously stepping around the puddle of something. It looked dark, almost like dried blood. I bent down to touch it, but something made me stop. The floorboards creaked from somewhere in the distance. It was faint, but unmistakable, like footsteps, slow and deliberate. I wasn't alone. Panic surged through me. I turned around, my eyes darting to every corner of the room, searching for something, anything that could explain this. That's when I saw it. The hallway mirror. It hung on the wall across from me, reflecting the dim light of the apartment. At first it seemed normal, but as I stared, I noticed something in the reflection. A figure, standing behind me. I whipped around. Nothing. But in the mirror, it was there. A shadowy figure, just behind my shoulder, standing perfectly still, watching me. I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off the mirror. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, like it was waiting for something. I blinked, and it was closer. I screamed, running for the door. But when I reached for the handle, I felt it. A cold hand on my shoulder. A hand that wasn't there when I looked. I spun around, but no one was there. The mirror was still showing the figure, but now it was smiling, its mouth stretching unnaturally wide. "Get out," it whispered, its voice a rasp that chilled my bones. "Get out, now." I couldn't breathe. The room spun as I reached for the door again, yanking it open. But the hallway outside wasn't the hallway I had come from. It was darker. The air was thick, heavy, and at the end of the hall, just beyond the shadows, I saw it. The figure. It was standing at the far end, staring at me with those empty, soulless eyes. But this time, it wasn't alone. More figures, dozens of them, appeared in the darkness, standing motionless like statues. I slammed the door shut, but the knob didn't turn. The door wouldn't budge. The figures outside were pressing against it, whispering, their voices muffled and low. I couldn't understand what they were saying, but the tone was unmistakable, threatening. Then I heard it. A soft tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the walls. The tapping grew louder, faster. It was everywhere, coming from behind the drywall, from inside the vents. I backed away from the door, fear rising in my chest. My mind raced, trying to find a way out, trying to understand what was happening. The figures outside began to move. Slowly, deliberately, they came closer to the door. I could hear their breathing now, deep, labored, like they were suffocating. And then I heard the worst sound of all, a low, guttural laugh. It came from behind me. I turned around, heart pounding, and that's when I saw it, the reflection in the mirror. But this time, the figure wasn't standing still. It was walking toward me, its face twisted into a grotesque grin, its eyes wide and hungry, and it whispered something that froze me in place. "You're mine now." I didn't know what to do. I couldn't run. I couldn't escape. The apartment had become a cage. The walls were closing in, the figures were getting closer, and the laughter, that horrible laughter, echoed louder and louder until it filled my head. In a final desperate attempt, I grabbed a chair and threw it at the mirror. The glass shattered, shards raining down around me. The laughter stopped. For a moment there was silence. Then the tapping resumed, but this time it was louder than ever. The walls were shaking, the floor beneath my feet trembling, and I knew then that the figures weren't just outside anymore. They were inside too. As I looked around the room, my reflection, no longer just in the mirror but in every surface, grinned back at me, and in a voice not my own, whispered one final word. "Welcome." Now I'll tell you my favorite scary story. I've always been a night owl. There's something about the quiet of the late hours that soothes me, the way the world outside seems to fade away, leaving only the soft hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the house. That night I was working late, my eyes growing heavy as I stared at the computer screen. It was one of those nights where everything felt off-kilter, the kind where you feel like you're being watched, even though you know no one's there. But I shrugged it off, blamed it on the exhaustion, and continued typing. It wasn't until I heard the sound that I realized something wasn't right. At first it was just a soft noise, barely noticeable, like a tap, a faint knock, as though someone was gently knocking on my front door. I paused, sitting up straight, straining my ears to listen. Nothing. I shook my head. It was probably the wind, or maybe the house settling. I had been hearing strange noises in the old house lately, random creaks and groans that seemed to echo through the rooms, but nothing I couldn't explain away. But then it came again. A tap, tap, tap. Louder this time. I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My heart began to race. I stood slowly, my feet heavy on the floor as I walked toward the front door. I didn't know why, but the closer I got, the more I felt uneasy. The silence around me seemed to press in on all sides. I reached the door and peered through the peephole. Nothing. No one was there. I exhaled, my breath shaky. It was ridiculous. There was no reason to be afraid. It was just the wind, or maybe an animal outside. I stepped back from the door, but before I could turn away, the sound came again. Tap, tap, tap. This time it was coming from the window by the door. I rushed to the side, pulling the curtains back slightly. The street outside was dark, the only light coming from the dim street lamp at the corner. And then I saw it. A figure, standing in the shadows, just beyond the edge of the light. I couldn't make out any features, just the silhouette of someone, or something, standing unnaturally still, The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It just stood there. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. My instinct screamed at me to run, to lock the door and call the police, but I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were made of stone. I stood frozen, staring at the figure. And then, as though it sensed my gaze, it turned toward me. The figure's head tilted at an odd angle. The motion was unnatural, almost mechanical. I felt a chill run down my spine as its face came into view. The thing standing outside my window had no eyes, no mouth, just a smooth, pale surface where its features should have been. It was the shape of a person, but there was nothing human about it. I backed away from the window, my breath coming in short gasps. My mind raced. Was it a person wearing some kind of mask? Was it some sick prank? But no, this thing didn't look like a person. It didn't feel like a person. The tapping came again. This time it was coming from the side of the house, the back door. I couldn't tear myself away from the window, but I knew that if I didn't move, if I didn't get away, I'd be trapped. I grabbed my phone from the counter, my hands shaking, and I tried to dial 911, but before I could press the call button, the power in the house flickered, and then the lights went out. I froze, my heart in my throat, unable to move. The darkness around me seemed to press in, suffocating me. I stumbled through the pitch-black house, fumbling for my phone's flashlight. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, and I couldn't stop shaking. The back door was just a few steps away. I would lock it, I thought. Maybe I could call for help, get to safety somehow. But then I heard it. A voice. "Let me in." It wasn't loud, but it was clear. I could feel the words vibrating through my chest, deep in my bones. The voice didn't sound human. It sounded wrong. I turned toward the back door. The figure was standing just outside. Its featureless face was pressed against the glass, the same strange tilt to its head. And it was smiling. Not a human smile. This wasn't a smile of joy or even malice. It was something darker, something ancient. A grin stretched impossibly wide, splitting its face into two grotesque halves. The creature's grin seemed to go on forever, as though its face was being pulled apart. My breath caught in my throat as I stumbled backward. I turned to run, but before I could make it past the hallway, I heard the sound of something heavy scraping against the floor. I froze again, my blood running cold. The tapping was now inside the house. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the walls. It was coming from everywhere. My heart raced, and I ran toward the front door. But when I reached it, I saw that it was already cracked open, just enough for me to see a sliver of the street outside. The figure had gotten in. My hands flew to the door, trying to close it, but it was too late. The thing was standing right there, blocking the doorway. Its head was tilted even further now, as though it was looking directly into my soul. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even move. And then it whispered, "You should have let me in." The words were a chill that crawled through my skin. I stepped back slowly, my breath shallow, and I felt the coldness wash over me, wrapping around me like a suffocating blanket. The figure didn't move, but I could hear the tapping again. Inside the walls, under the floor, coming from everywhere. That's when I realized it wasn't just one thing. There were more. As the figure stepped forward, I turned to run, but I felt something cold wrap around my ankle. I looked down, and to my horror, I saw hands, pale, featureless hands, reaching out from the floorboards, pulling me down. I screamed, but it was swallowed by the darkness. I bet that our next story will give you chills. It started with the whispers. I'd been living alone for about a year, ever since I moved into the old house on the outskirts of town. It wasn't anything special. Just a rundown two-story with peeling paint and a creaky floor. But it was affordable. I had my privacy, and that's all I really needed. At least, that's what I told myself. I first heard the whispers on a Thursday night, while I was in bed. It was just a faint sound at first, like the hum of an old fan, the kind you can't quite place, but still know it's there. I tried to ignore it, rolled over and pulled the blankets up to my chin. But the sound didn't go away. It got louder, almost urgent. I sat up, straining to listen. It wasn't just a hum. It was words, not clear enough to understand, but it was there. A voice. No, multiple voices, murmuring, echoing through the walls. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was the house settling. It was old, after all. But the sound kept coming, soft at first, then rising in volume, the words still unintelligible, but full of intent. The whispers seemed to wrap themselves around me, like they were coming from inside my head. I couldn't escape it. I grabbed my phone and texted my friend Sarah, hoping it would calm me down. "Do you hear anything weird in your house at night? Like whispers?" She texted back almost immediately. "You watch too many horror movies. You're fine." But I wasn't fine. I turned on every light in the house, my pulse hammering in my ears. The whispers stopped as soon as I turned on the living room light, but the feeling didn't go away. It lingered in the air, thick and oppressive. I tried to sleep, but my eyes darted around the room, expecting something, or someone, to appear in the shadows. The next night, the whispers returned. They were louder this time, more distinct. I could make out words, though they didn't sound like any language I recognized. The voices weren't kind, they were angry, frantic. "Leave, now." I froze in bed, heart thundering. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. "Leave, before it finds you." I didn't wait to hear the rest. I leapt out of bed, grabbing my flashlight and shining it into the corners of the room. Nothing, just shadows. The whispers stopped the moment I stood up, but the unease didn't fade. If anything, it only grew. I ran downstairs and pulled open the door to the basement, convinced that the sounds were coming from there. The door creaked as I swung it open, revealing the darkness below. The air in the basement was thick with dust, and the faint smell of mildew hit me instantly. I grabbed a flashlight from the shelf, shining it down the narrow steps. The whispers were still there, but they were quieter now. In fact, they were almost muffled, almost like they were coming from behind the walls. I descended slowly, the flashlight casting long shadows on the cold stone floor. The voices grew louder, and I could almost hear their desperation. Don't go down." My breath caught in my throat. The walls of the basement groaned, and something scraped against the stone, sending a shiver down my spine. Something was down there. I turned to leave, but as I stepped back toward the stairs, I froze. There, in the corner of the basement, just beyond the light, stood something. A figure. It was barely visible, a shape, crouched low to the ground. I couldn't make out any details, just the form of something hunched and twisted, its back arched at an unnatural angle. My legs were frozen in place. I couldn't breathe. And then, it moved. A sickening, jerking motion. It crawled toward me, its limbs bending at odd angles, its head tilted back in a way that shouldn't have been possible. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own feet. I had to get out of there. I turned and bolted up the stairs, slamming the basement door behind me. The whispers had stopped, but the air felt colder than before. I locked the door, my hands trembling as I leaned against it. But as I stood there, I realized something. The whispers weren't just in the basement. They were everywhere. In the walls, in the corners of the rooms. They were all around me, all the time. I could hear them in the kitchen, in the bathroom, in the attic, sometimes loud, sometimes soft, always just barely there, like a half-formed thought I couldn't fully grasp. The worst part was that the voices weren't just warning me to leave anymore. They were calling my name.
Every night, I would lay in bed, listening as my name echoed through the walls. Come closer. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't even sit still. The house had become a prison. It was as if the very structure was alive, breathing, shifting around me, whispering in my ears. And then, one night, the whispers came again. But this time, they weren't from the walls. They were from inside the room. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of soft breathing right next to my ear. I jerked awake, my eyes flying open, and there, standing at the foot of my bed, was the figure. The same twisted form I had seen in the basement, its face now inches from mine, its eyes hollow and empty. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. It reached toward me with its long, twisted hands, its fingers pale and bony, and it whispered right into my ear, "You should have left when we told you." I don't remember how I escaped. I don't remember running out of the house, but I was in my car, speeding away, the night air rushing past me. The house is still there, but I can't go back. And I know deep down that I never will. The whispers, they haven't stopped. They follow me. Let's jump straight to next scary tales. It was an ordinary Sunday when I first noticed it. I had just finished grocery shopping, the usual Sunday routine, eggs, bread, coffee, a few snacks to get me through the week. The sun was setting as I unpacked the bags in my kitchen, the light filtering through the window casting long shadows on the walls. Everything seemed calm, too calm. I was putting away the canned goods when I heard it. A faint sound coming from upstairs, like a creak of wood. I froze, listening intently. My house was old, and it made noises, sure. But this sound wasn't quite right. It wasn't the house settling, it was more deliberate. A slow, rhythmic creak. I shook it off, convinced it was just the wind pushing something against the walls. But then it came again. Creak, creak, creak. I set the can down on the counter, heart racing for reasons I couldn't explain. I had been living here for years, and nothing strange had ever happened. Still, the air felt thicker, heavier, and a chill ran down my spine. The sound was coming from the attic. I don't go up there much. It's a small, dusty room, full of forgotten boxes and old furniture from the previous owners. But something about that noise, something about the rhythm, made me uneasy. I grabbed the flashlight from the drawer, turned it on, and slowly made my way up the stairs. The attic door was at the end of the hallway, its old wooden frame covered in layers of chipped paint. I reached for the knob and hesitated for a moment. Why did I feel so nervous? I had been up there 100 times before. I twisted the knob, pushing the door open. The smell of stale air and old wood hit me instantly. The attic was dark, save for the dim light of the flashlight cutting through the shadows. I took a step inside, the floorboards creaking under my weight. The noise stopped. Silence. I swept the beam of the flashlight across the room, looking at the piles of boxes, a few forgotten trinkets, and old furniture, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Still, the air felt wrong, as if something had changed, as if I wasn't alone anymore. And then I saw it. In the far corner of the room, something was standing. A figure, tall and thin, shrouded in shadow. I couldn't make out its features, but the outline was unmistakable. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. The flashlight trembled in my hand as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. "Hello?" My voice cracked as I spoke, barely a whisper. There was no answer. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge me at all. It just stood there, unmoving. I took a cautious step forward, my foot catching on a loose floorboard. The figure's head snapped in my direction, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. I froze in terror, my breath caught in my throat.
The eyes, they were too wide, too bright. Without thinking, I turned and ran. I bolted down the stairs, the flashlight still in my hand, but when I reached the bottom of the staircase, I stopped. The air downstairs was thick, suffocating. The house felt different. The familiar walls that had once comforted me now seemed oppressive, watching me, closing in. The silence was deafening. That's when I heard the whisper, "Come back!" I spun around, but there was no one there. The house was empty. My pulse pounded in my ears and I fought to steady my breathing. Was I imagining things? Was I just exhausted from the stress of work, or had something followed me down? I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of something lurking in the dark. I dropped the flashlight, its beam casting strange shadows across the walls as I sprinted to the front door. My hands fumbled with the lock as the whisper came again, louder this time. "Come back. Come back to me." The door swung open with a loud creak and I ran outside, gasping for breath. The night air hit my face, but it didn't calm the panic that gripped my chest. I stood on the porch, my heart racing, looking back at the house. The lights were off, but the upstairs window, there was something moving inside. A figure standing by the window, just like before. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't look away. The figure tilted its head, its glowing eyes meeting mine from across the distance. And then it raised a hand, slowly, as if beckoning me back. I turned away, stumbling down the steps, and started to run down the street. I didn't care where I was going. I just needed to get away from that house, from whatever was inside. But when I reached the corner, I turned back to look one last time. The figure wasn't in the window anymore. Instead, it was standing on the porch, just inside the threshold, staring directly at me. And it smiled. It wasn't a normal smile. It wasn't human. It stretched far too wide, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. The grin widened as I watched, as if it were enjoying my terror. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood frozen in place. "Come back," the voice whispered again. But this time it wasn't coming from the house. It was inside my head. The smile widened, and it took a step forward, its eyes never leaving mine. "You can't run." I ran. I don't know how far I went, how long I ran, but eventually my legs gave out. I collapsed on the side of the road, panting, my heart still racing in my chest. I looked back, but the house was gone. In its place was a vacant lot, the lot that had been there for years. The house was gone, but I could still hear the whispers, and I knew deep down that it wasn't finished with me. Moving to another story. It was an ordinary Tuesday night when I first felt it. I had just moved into the old apartment building at the edge of town, a small 2-bedroom on the top floor, the kind of place that was just cheap enough to make you feel like you were getting a good deal, but old enough to make you question how many people had lived there before. The apartment wasn't anything fancy. Cracked tiles in the bathroom, peeling paint on the walls, and the kind of floors that creaked every time you took a step. But it was mine, and that's all that mattered. I was settling in. That night, after a long day at work, I decided to relax. I made a cup of tea, curled up on the couch, and turned on the TV. It was just me, alone in the apartment, the sound of the rain tapping gently against the windows. Nothing unusual, except that as I sat there, I felt it. A slight pressure in the air, the feeling that someone was watching me. I shook my head, telling myself it was just the quiet of the night, playing tricks on me. It's an old building, you hear noises, it's fine. But as the evening wore on, the feeling didn't fade. It intensified. The air seemed thicker, heavier, like I was being enveloped in something I couldn't explain. I tried to push the feeling away, but every time I glanced at the shadows in the corners of the room, my skin crawled. Every little creak of the building felt louder, sharper. My eyes kept darting back to the hallway that led to the bedrooms, to the dark doorway just beyond the dim light of the living room. I finally stood up, deciding to go to bed. I grabbed my tea and headed down the hall to the bedroom, but as I passed the door to the spare room, I froze. The door was open. It shouldn't have been. I knew I had closed it earlier in the day when I unpacked the boxes. I was sure of it. I stood there for a moment, just staring at the open door. Something wasn't right. I should have walked away, gone straight to bed, but I couldn't stop myself. I had to look inside. I stepped into the spare room, the floor creaking under my weight. The room was empty, save for a few scattered boxes, an old lamp in the corner, and the dim light of the hallway that barely illuminated the space. But as I stood there, staring into the shadows, something caught my eye. The closet door was ajar. I don't know why, but I felt compelled to go toward it. Every step I took felt heavier, like I was moving through thick water, unable to break free from something pressing down on me. I reached the closet and slowly, carefully pushed the door open. Empty. Just clothes hanging from the rod, a few old jackets and sweaters. Nothing out of the ordinary. But then, in the far corner of the closet, I saw it. A small wooden box. It wasn't large, about the size of a shoebox, but it was out of place, hidden behind the coats. It hadn't been there when I first moved in. I was certain of that. And yet, here it was. I hesitated, staring at it. My gut twisted, a gnawing feeling telling me to leave it alone. But curiosity got the better of me, and I reached down, pulling the box out of the closet. It was heavier than I expected, the wood smooth and cold beneath my fingertips. I slowly opened the lid. Inside, there was a stack of yellowed papers, old photographs, and a small, folded piece of cloth. My hands trembled as I pulled out the first photograph. It was black and white, a picture of an old family, 2 adults, a child and a dog, all standing in front of the same apartment building I now lived in. They looked happy, smiling at the camera. But what struck me wasn't the picture. It was the date written on the back of the photo. July 3rd, 1947. I turned the next page. More photographs, all of the same family. But as I flipped through them, I began to notice something strange. In the background of each photo, there was a shadow, a dark figure, always standing just out of view, never in the foreground, but always there, always watching. My heart began to race, my breathing shallow. I dropped the photos back into the box and reached for the small piece of cloth. When I unfolded it, a chill ran down my spine. It was a torn piece of old fabric, part of a dress, stained dark brown, almost black. It smelled faintly of something I couldn't place, something off. The feeling in my chest tightened, panic clawing at my throat. That's when I heard it, a soft sound, barely audible at first, but unmistakable, a whisper. I froze, the blood draining from my face. It was coming from behind me, from the corner of the room. I turned around, the box still in my hands, but there was nothing there. The room was still and silent, the shadows unmoving. But the whisper came again. Put it back. I blinked, my mind racing. I was hearing things. I had to be. It was just my imagination. I had to get out of here. I needed to leave the room, get away from this place. But as I turned to leave, I felt it, a sudden cold hand on my shoulder. I spun around. There was no one there. I slammed the closet door shut and dropped the box onto the floor. My hands were shaking uncontrollably as I backed out of the room, never taking my eyes off the darkness inside. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I ran down the hallway, past the living room, and into the bedroom, locking the door behind me. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still hear the whispers, feel the cold hand on my shoulder. The next morning, I couldn't bring myself to go back into the spare room. The box was still there. I knew it was, but I didn't want to know what else was inside. I haven't been able to leave the apartment since. Every time I try to walk out the front door, I feel the pull of the room, the whispers, the cold hand that still rests on my shoulder. It's not over, and I think it never will be. Let's continue with maybe scariest tale that you ever heard. It wasn't the house that scared me, it was the things inside of it. I moved into the small, unassuming house at the edge of town 2 months ago, drawn to its low rent and the fact that it was far away from the noise of the city. The place had been empty for years, and the realtor assured me that everything was in good shape, that it was just waiting for someone to make it a home again. No one had lived there for a long time, he said, and that was fine by me. I liked the solitude. The first week went by uneventfully. The house creaked, the pipes groaned when I ran the water, and the wind whistled through the gaps in the windows. But that was normal. It was an old house, and it had its quirks. I didn't mind. I settled in, unpacked my things, and began to get comfortable. But then things started happening. It started small. A lamp flickering in the living room when there was no reason for it to. A door that wouldn't close properly, no matter how many times I adjusted the knob. The television turning on by itself in the middle of the night, its screen flickering with static. At first I tried to rationalize it all. Old wiring, faulty equipment, maybe even a draft that made the doors swing open. But the events became more frequent, more deliberate, more personal. One night, I was sitting in the living room reading a book when I heard it. The sound of footsteps upstairs. Slow, deliberate steps moving across the floor above me. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I was alone. I had been alone in this house since the day I moved in. There was no one else here. But the footsteps continued. The creak of the floorboards above me, followed by another and another. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. But there was no answer. The footsteps stopped. For a long moment, I sat there, holding my breath, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But the house was silent again. Too silent. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe it was just the house settling, the wind pushing against the old timbers. I tried to convince myself of that. But the next night, the footsteps returned. And this time, they were closer. I stood up, my legs stiff, and crept toward the staircase, the old wood creaking under my feet. I didn't want to go up there, but the sound of the footsteps was impossible to ignore. They were moving now from room to room, just above my head, as if something, or someone, was walking through the house, making its way down the hall. I reached the bottom of the stairs and hesitated. The house was still. Too still. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. There was a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread, like something was watching me from the shadows. I should have left. I should have turned around and walked out that door. But something compelled me to take the first step, to go up there. With each creak of the stairs under my feet, the footsteps above me grew louder, faster. Whoever, or whatever, was up there. It was moving quickly now, but I couldn't stop. My legs were moving on their own. I reached the top of the stairs and stood there in the hallway, staring down the long corridor that led to the bedrooms. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, there was only silence. But then came a sound, a soft scrape, like fingernails dragging against the wall. I turned to my right, my heart racing, and saw it. The door to the bedroom at the end of the hall was open just a crack. But it wasn't the door itself that caught my attention. It was what was standing in the doorway. A figure, tall, thin, draped in darkness. I couldn't make out its features, but I could see its outline, the way it stood there in the shadow, unmoving. And the longer I stared at it, the more I felt its eyes on me. Eyes that I couldn't see, but I could feel, watching. My breath caught in my throat. The figure didn't move, it didn't speak, but I could feel its presence, its weight pressing down on me. I took a step back, then another. My legs felt weak, like they weren't mine anymore, like they didn't belong to me. I wanted to run, I wanted to scream, but all I could do was back away, my feet shuffling slowly as I retreated down the hall. That's when I heard it. A voice. Soft at first, barely a whisper, but then it grew louder. "Get out!" I froze, the blood draining from my face. The voice wasn't just in my head. It was coming from the figure in the doorway. It was real. It was right there. "Get out!" it repeated, its voice colder now, more insistent. Without thinking, I turned and ran. I didn't look back. I just ran down the stairs and out the front door, the cold night air hitting my face like a slap. I don't know how far I went. I don't know how long I stayed away. But when I finally returned to the house, I found something I hadn't noticed before. The door to the bedroom at the end of the hall was closed, locked. But when I went inside, the room was empty. There was nothing there. The house was still, quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had felt. I'm not sure if it was a dream, if I imagined it all, but one thing is certain. The house isn't empty. It never has been, and it's not alone. Let's move to our next story. I thought it was just another abandoned house. It looked the part. Weathered, worn down, neglected. The windows were broken, the front door barely hanging on its hinges, and the weeds had taken over the front yard like a forgotten graveyard. But there was something about it, something that drew me in. I had been hiking alone, trying to escape the noise of my life, when I stumbled across it. It wasn't on the map, not listed as an attraction or landmark. Just an old house in the middle of nowhere, far off the beaten path. I had no intention of going inside at first, but the curiosity, it gnawed at me. There was a strange energy in the air, a pull that I couldn't explain. So, I went in. The door creaked loudly as I pushed it open, the sound echoing through the stillness. The inside of the house was just as dilapidated as the outside. Dust covered every surface. Broken furniture lay scattered across the floor. An old chandelier hung from the ceiling, its crystals shattered, glinting like jagged teeth in the weak sunlight that filtered through the cracks in the walls. I stepped further into the hallway, my footsteps loud and intrusive in the silence. The air was thick, heavy, almost suffocating. It smelled of decay, of something long forgotten. But I kept moving. Something told me I had to. I reached a small living room. The walls were lined with old paintings, but none of them made sense. They were strange, distorted depictions, faces with eyes too large, mouths stretched in impossible grins. They were unsettling, but I couldn't look away. Each one seemed to stare back at me as though they knew I didn't belong here. And that's when I heard it. A soft sound, barely audible at first. A whisper, faint, as if it were coming from somewhere deep within the house. "Get out!" I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It was a voice, but not one I recognized. The whisper had come from nowhere. No one else was here. I turned in a circle, my heart beginning to pound in my chest. "Get out!" The voice repeated, this time louder, sharper. It came from the floor above me. I hadn't noticed it before, but the stairs to the second floor were just off to my right, barely visible in the dim light. I should have left. The voice should have been enough to make me turn around and run, but for some reason, I couldn't. I felt like I was being drawn up the stairs, like the house was inviting me, beckoning me to come closer. So, I climbed. The stairs groaned under my weight as I made my way up, each step creaking like it had a story to tell. The second floor was just as abandoned as the first. The rooms were small, each one filled with broken furniture and rotting wallpaper. But there, at the end of the hall, was a door. It stood slightly ajar, as though someone had just left it that way. I approached cautiously, my hand shaking as I pushed the door open. The room inside was dark, even though the window should have let in more light. It was as if the shadows had taken over. The air felt colder here, heavier. My breath fogged in front of me. Then I saw it. A figure. It stood in the corner of the room, completely still. At first I thought it was just another broken piece of furniture, a mannequin or something. But then I noticed it. The figure was breathing. Slowly, deliberately. I froze, my blood turning to ice. It was tall, impossibly thin. Its limbs stretched in unnatural ways, like they didn't belong to a human. Its face was obscured in shadow, but I could feel its eyes on me, burning through the darkness. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It was as if the room itself had come alive, the walls pressing in on me. And then it spoke. "You shouldn't have come." The voice was deep, raspy, like it hadn't been used in years. But it wasn't coming from the figure in the corner. It was coming from everywhere. The walls, the floor, the air around me. It surrounded me, pressing against my ears. I took a step back, but my feet wouldn't move any further. The floor beneath me felt soft, like I was sinking into it. The figure stepped forward, its long fingers dragging across the floor, leaving marks in the dust. "Leave this place." I couldn't speak. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body wouldn't respond. The figure took another step, its eyes glinting in the dark like twin sparks of fire. It was getting closer, and I knew, deep in my gut, that if it touched me, I would never leave this house. With all the strength I could muster, I finally forced myself to move. I bolted for the door, my legs barely able to carry me, the whispers growing louder in my ears. "Leave! Leave! Leave!" I stumbled down the stairs, almost tripping over my own feet, my pulse hammering in my chest. I had to get out. I had to get away from whatever was in that house. But when I reached the front door, I froze. The door wouldn't open. It was stuck. I yanked at the knob, pushing with all my weight, but it wouldn't budge. The house was holding me in, trapping me. The figure had followed me. I could feel its presence behind me, the weight of its eyes pressing into my back. "You'll never leave," the voice whispered, right behind me. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat, but there was nothing there. No figure, no shadow, just the empty house. The door gave way with a sudden, violent creak, swinging open on its own. I didn't look back. I ran out into the yard, my feet pounding against the dirt. I didn't stop until I reached the road, the distant hum of the highway breaking through the silence. I never went back to that house. I didn't even want to know its name. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still hear the whispers, the voice. "You shouldn't have come." Let's move to another story. It was a quiet night. The kind of night where the world feels suspended in time, as if nothing could possibly disturb the stillness. I had just moved into the house a few days ago, a small cottage on the outskirts of town. The neighbors were far enough away that I didn't have to worry about noise, and the house was peaceful, almost too peaceful. I thought I had finally found a place to escape from the chaos of my life, but something was off. I could feel it the moment I stepped through the door. It wasn't the house itself, no. It was the air, the silence. It felt too heavy, as if it was holding its breath, waiting for something. I thought maybe I was just adjusting to the new place, the new surroundings, that maybe I was imagining things. That night, I decided to relax and get some sleep. I went to bed early, hoping to get rid of the lingering unease, but it didn't work. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of footsteps. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. But then it came again. Slow, deliberate footsteps, moving across the floor above me. I was confused at first. The house was old, sure, but it was just a 2-story building, and there was no one else in the house but me. I couldn't have misheard it. These were footsteps, clear as day, and they were coming from upstairs. I lay in bed, frozen, listening. The steps grew louder. It was as if someone was walking slowly around the upper floor, pacing back and forth. My heart began to pound in my chest, and my skin prickled with cold. "Is someone there?" I called out, my voice shaking. No answer, just the sound of footsteps, pacing as though they were deliberately avoiding me. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe it was the wind, the house settling. I even tried to convince myself it was my imagination playing tricks on me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The footsteps stopped. I waited, tense and silent, staring into the darkness, hoping it was over. But then I heard something else, a soft, low hum. It was coming from above. The kind of hum you might hear from an old appliance running or from an air conditioning unit. But this wasn't mechanical. It was more unsettling. It had a rhythm to it, like a lullaby. At first, I thought it might be coming from a neighbor's house, though I couldn't understand how that would be possible with the walls and distance between us. But the hum grew louder, clearer, and it felt wrong. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to go up there. My legs felt heavy as I forced myself out of bed. The house was pitch black, and my breath echoed in the silence. I walked to the stairs, my footsteps cautious, careful not to make a sound. When I reached the bottom of the staircase, I stopped. There was something at the top of the stairs. I couldn't see what it was, but I could feel it. The hum stopped. Everything stopped. The air felt thick again, like it had when I first stepped into the house, as if the house itself was holding its breath. I stood there, staring up at the dark landing. Something wasn't right. I didn't want to go up there. I wanted to run, to leave, to get away from whatever it was. But I couldn't. I couldn't move. The moments stretched on, the silence suffocating. Then, from above, a soft voice whispered. It was faint, distant, but unmistakable. "Come up." It wasn't a question. It wasn't an invitation. It was a command. My blood ran cold. "Come up!" The voice was closer now. I could feel it crawling into my ears, settling in my bones. It wasn't human. It wasn't anything I could recognize, and before I could even think, before I could turn to run, my feet moved. I walked up the stairs, one step at a time, each foot heavier than the last. The voice was pulling me, forcing me to follow it, and I couldn't resist. I couldn't stop. When I reached the top of the stairs, the hallway was dark. The only light was from the small crack beneath the door at the far end. It was an old door, worn and splintered, as if it hadn't been opened in years. But the light was flickering, like a candle in the wind. It drew me in. The hum began again, louder this time, filling the air with a low, almost melodic sound. But as I approached the door, the hum shifted. It grew faster, more erratic, as if whatever was making it was becoming agitated, angry. I reached out for the door handle, my hand trembling, and then it was open. I didn't push it. I didn't have to. The door swung open by itself, revealing a room I didn't recognize. It was empty, or at least it seemed that way. The walls were bare, the floor covered in a thin layer of dust, but there was something else, a shape in the center of the room. A figure. It was small, hunched over, its back to me. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel it. The weight of its presence pressed down on me, suffocating me. "I'm here," the voice whispered again, louder now, coming from the figure. "I've always been here, waiting." I tried to move. I tried to step back, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't listen. My feet were rooted to the spot, and the room was closing in around me. The figure turned slowly, its head tilting unnaturally, and for the first time I saw its face. It wasn't human. Its skin was grey, mottled, like old leather, stretched too tight over its bones. Its eyes were black, empty voids, and its mouth was stretched into a wide, twisted grin, filled with rows of sharp,
jagged teeth. "You shouldn't have come," it whispered, its voice deep and echoing in my mind. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. And then it lunged. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat, my heart racing in my chest. I was back in my bed, in my room, the morning light creeping through the curtains. But as I lay there, trying to calm my frantic breathing, I saw it. A single, muddy footprint on the floor beside my bed. I wasn't alone. Now we jump in our next scary story. It was a stormy evening when I first noticed it. The kind of night where the wind howls through the trees and the rain beats against the windows so hard it feels like the house might break apart. I was sitting on the couch, reading a book, the only light coming from the flickering lamp beside me. The power had gone out hours ago, and the house was shrouded in darkness. My phone's battery was almost dead, and I was alone. That's when I heard it. A soft, tapping sound. It was faint at first, so light that I thought it was just the rain hitting the window. But then it came again. Tap, tap, tap. I set my book down and listened, trying to place the sound. It was coming from upstairs. I stood up, feeling a twinge of unease in my stomach. The house was old, built in the early 1900s, and creaked in all the usual places. But this wasn't the house settling. This was deliberate. The tapping was rhythmic, like someone was knocking on the walls, or worse, someone was trying to get in. I hesitated, torn between curiosity and fear. The storm outside rattled the windows, but it felt like the storm inside my chest was louder. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and started up the stairs. The tapping continued, faster now, almost frantic. It echoed through the walls, rattling in my ears. My hands were shaking as I climbed, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. I reached the top of the stairs, but the sound didn't stop. I walked down the hallway toward the source of the noise, which seemed to be coming from the room at the very end. The door was slightly ajar, just enough for a sliver of darkness to spill out into the hall. I swallowed hard, my breath catching in my throat. "Hello?" I called, my voice trembling. No answer. I pushed the door open. The room was completely still. The only light came from the narrow gap between the curtains, casting long shadows on the floor. The tapping stopped the moment I entered, but the silence that followed felt worse than the noise. I scanned the room, my eyes darting around looking for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. The walls were bare, the bed unmade, as if no one had been in the room for years. A chill ran down my spine, and my flashlight flickered. The tapping had stopped, but now there was something else. A sound from behind me. I spun around, my heart in my throat, but there was nothing there. The door was still slightly open, and the hallway outside was dark. For a moment I thought I might be losing my mind. Maybe it had just been the wind, or maybe it was all in my head. Then I saw it. A shape, standing in the corner of the room. At first, I thought it was a shadow, but as I stared at it, I realized it wasn't. It was tall, thin, and unmoving. Its outline was faint, barely visible in the dim light, but it was there, watching me. My breath caught in my throat. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The shape didn't respond. It just stood there, like it was waiting for something. The silence felt suffocating, heavy, and every part of me screamed to run. But I couldn't move. My feet were glued to the floor, my body frozen in place. And then I heard it again. The tapping. But this time it wasn't coming from the walls. It was coming from behind me. I spun around, the flashlight beam dancing across the room. But there was nothing there, just the empty walls and the soft flicker of the light. The tapping was louder now, faster and closer. I turned back to the corner of the room, and that's when I saw it. The shape wasn't standing anymore. It was moving. Slowly, deliberately, it began to shuffle toward me.
The tapping grew louder with each step, now a frantic rhythm, as if something was trying to claw its way to me. My heart raced. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The figure was almost upon me now, its dark outline becoming clearer, its features starting to show. It had a face, pale, gaunt, eyes black as coal. But its mouth was stretched wide, unnaturally so, in a grin that didn't belong on a human face. It opened its mouth, and that's when I heard it. The tapping was no longer just a sound. It was a voice. "Come closer," the voice whispered, the tapping now a part of its words, its cadence. "I've been waiting for you." The words froze me in place. I tried to scream, to run, but I couldn't. The room felt like it was closing in around me, the walls pressing in. The figure took another step forward, and I finally found the strength to move. I turned and ran out of the room, down the hall, my feet pounding against the floor, but the tapping was still there, right behind me, following me every step of the way. I burst into the living room and slammed the door shut behind me. The house was quiet once more. The tapping was gone. The air felt still again, but I could feel something lingering, something watching. I sat there trying to catch my breath, my hands trembling. I glanced at the clock. It was just after 3 a.m. The storm outside had passed, the rain now only a faint drizzle. I thought it was over, but then I saw it, a small piece of paper on the floor. It hadn't been there before. I picked it up, and when I saw what was written on it, my blood ran cold. "You shouldn't have run." I turned around, but the house was empty. It was just me. I wasn't alone anymore. Now we're moving to another scary tale. I should have known better than to take that job, but at the time, it seemed like the perfect opportunity. Quiet, remote, easy. I'd been searching for peace, for somewhere far away from the noise of the city, and this job as the caretaker of an old estate in the countryside seemed to promise just that. The house, a sprawling manor set against a backdrop of dense woods, looked like something out of a forgotten fairy tale. Its stone walls were covered in ivy, the windows cracked and boarded up in places, but it was still standing. The owner, a reclusive man named Mr. Holloway, lived alone and hadn't been seen much in years. He was rarely home, and when he was, he kept to himself. That's where I came in. My task was simple: make sure the house stayed in one piece, keep the garden from overtaking the front steps, and maintain the grounds. Easy enough, right? I arrived in the late afternoon, the sky still heavy with clouds, the wind swirling through the trees like a warning. The house loomed in front of me, casting long shadows across the yard. The front door was ajar, a sign I took as a welcome, though something about it felt off. I stood there for a moment, the air thick with something I couldn't quite place, but I shook it off and went inside. The house smelled of dust and decay. Every surface was covered with a fine layer of it, the furniture draped in old sheets like forgotten memories. I explored a bit, the old floorboards creaking under my weight, as if the house itself was groaning with age. There was something unsettling about the silence. The house felt too still, too empty. That night, as I sat in front of the fireplace, I heard it. A soft sound, almost imperceptible. A tapping. It came from upstairs, echoing through the empty halls. I assumed it was the house settling, or maybe the wind rattling the windows. But then, it came again, louder this time. Tap, tap, tap. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. There was no wind, no storm, just the tapping. It didn't make sense. It sounded like fingers drumming on wood, deliberate, rhythmic. I forced myself to stand up, though every instinct told me to stay put. Slowly, I walked toward the staircase, my steps slow and cautious. The tapping continued. As I reached the top of the stairs, the noise stopped. I stood there in the dark, listening. The house was completely silent now. I thought I had imagined it. I tried to tell myself that I was just nervous, that the house was old and creaky. But then I heard it again. The tapping. But this time it was closer. Much closer. It was coming from the end of the hall. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. My feet were frozen in place, my mind screaming at me to turn around, to leave. But curiosity, foolish curiosity, pushed me forward. I crept down the hall, the floorboards groaning beneath me. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. And then I saw it. The door at the end of the hall was slightly open, a thin line of darkness spilling out from the crack. The tapping was coming from within. I could feel it vibrating through the air, vibrating in my chest. I reached for the doorknob, my hand shaking, and slowly turned it. The door creaked as it opened, revealing a small, dimly lit room. The air was thick with the smell of mildew. The room was empty, except for the rocking chair in the corner. It was rocking, back and forth. There was no one there. I stepped inside, my breath shallow, my pulse racing. The chair creaked with every movement, as if something or someone was sitting in it, rocking slowly, back and forth, back and forth. But there was nothing there, just the chair, moving of its own accord. I backed away, my heart hammering in my chest. I should have turned around. I should have left. But then I heard something else. A voice. It was soft at first, just a whisper, but it grew louder with every word. Leave. Now. I spun around, my heart in my throat. The room was empty. But then I saw something. Something I hadn't noticed before. A mirror on the far wall. At first, I thought it was just an old, dusty mirror. But as I stared at it, my breath caught in my throat. The reflection wasn't mine. It was the chair, but it wasn't empty. There was a figure sitting in it now, tall, hunched, its face obscured by the shadows. Its hands gripped the arms of the chair tightly, and its head tilted slightly to one side. The voice came again, louder this time. Leave, before it's too late. I could feel my legs shaking, my body fighting to stay still, but the terror crawling up my spine made it impossible to think. I turned away from the mirror, but the air was thick, suffocating, like the house itself was alive and watching me. The voice continued to whisper, but it wasn't just in the room anymore. It was inside my head, swirling around me. Leave now. Leave, or you'll never escape. I had to leave. I had to get out of that room, out of that house. I spun toward the door, my feet stumbling, and ran down the hallway. But the house felt like it was closing in around me. The walls seemed to shift, like they were moving, and I was trapped in a maze of darkness. The tapping had returned, louder, now echoing from every direction. It was as though the house itself was alive, following me, taunting me. The voice was everywhere, its words melding with the tapping. You can't escape. I reached the front door, my hands fumbling with the knob. It wouldn't open. I was locked in. The tapping was right behind me, louder now, faster, as if something was chasing me. The voice was no longer a whisper, but a scream, filling my mind, drowning me. You should never have come. And then the door opened. I ran out into the night, into the storm. I never went back, but every time the wind howls through the trees, every time the rain beats against the windows, I hear it again. The tapping, the voice. And I know that something is still waiting for me. Now we're moving to another scary tale. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I thought I was escaping,
I thought I had found the perfect place to get away from the world.
A little cottage tucked in the mountains, far from the noise and chaos. A place where I could write in peace, take long walks through the woods, and let my mind clear. But from the moment I arrived, something didn't feel right. The air in the valley was thick, heavy with the scent of wet earth and pine. But there was something else too, a smell I couldn't place. I tried not to think too much about it. The cottage was cozy, a perfect little hideaway. It had been left to me by an old friend, someone who had lived here for years before, well, before they were gone. They had never told me exactly what happened, but I didn't ask. I was desperate for solitude, so I took the place without hesitation. The first few days went by without incident. I spent my time writing, reading, even exploring the surrounding woods. The trees were dense, but there was something comforting about the stillness, like the forest was watching over me. At night, the wind would whisper through the branches, and the sound of the creek flowing nearby would lull me to sleep. But then, on the fourth night, I woke up to the sound of scratching. It started as a faint noise, like an animal digging at the door. But as I lay there in the dark, it became something more. The scratching was deliberate, slow, like someone was trying to get in. I sat up in bed, listening. My heartbeat thundered in my chest, and I could feel a cold sweat breaking out on my skin. I told myself it was just a raccoon, or maybe the wind playing tricks on me. I tried to ignore it and went back to sleep, but the noise didn't stop. It grew louder, more urgent, until it was practically pounding on the door. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a flashlight and tiptoed down the hallway, heart racing. The door at the end of the hall was closed, the only thing between me and the unknown source of the noise. I reached for the handle, but as my hand touched the cold metal, a voice, low and guttural, came from the other side. "Let me in." My blood turned to ice. I pulled my hand back, too terrified to move. The voice didn't speak again, but the scratching continued, louder, faster. Something was out there. Something wanted in, but I couldn't let it in. I knew that much. I backed away slowly, trying not to make a sound, and retreated to the farthest corner of the room. I listened, praying it would stop, but it didn't. Then the scratching stopped, and in the silence that followed, I heard something else. A whisper, soft and almost gentle. "I'm here." I froze. The voice was closer now, right outside the door, as if whoever or whatever was on the other side could feel my presence. It wasn't just trying to get in anymore. It was waiting for me to do something. I couldn't take it. I grabbed my things, opened the window, and crawled out into the night. The moon was high in the sky, casting pale light on the trees, and the air felt colder than it should have. I didn't care. I ran. The forest was dark and dense, the path barely visible beneath my feet. But I couldn't stop running. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't care. I just needed to get away. But as I ran deeper into the woods, I heard it again. The scratching. It was behind me, coming from the trees. No, not from the trees. From the ground. From the earth itself. It was following me. I stumbled and fell, the flashlight slipping from my grasp. When I looked up, I saw something in the distance. A figure, standing between the trees. Tall, dark, and completely still. I didn't know how, but I knew it was watching me, waiting. "I warned you," the voice whispered, this time coming from all directions. It was everywhere surrounding me. "You should have never come here." I couldn't breathe. My chest tightened, and I felt the weight of the forest pressing in on me, suffocating me. Every step I took felt heavier than the last, as though the earth itself was trying to swallow me whole. And then there was a sound. A snap. I turned, but there was nothing there, only trees, and the figure, still standing, still watching. I tried to move, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. I was frozen in place, unable to escape. The figure stepped forward, its form growing clearer, taller, its features obscured by the shadows. But as it came closer, I realized something. The figure wasn't human. It had no face. Its skin was pale, stretched tight over a hollow frame, and its arms were long, unnaturally so, dragging along the ground as it moved toward me. It didn't speak, didn't make a sound, just glided through the woods like it was part of them, its body blending with the trees, its movements fluid and eerie. "You shouldn't have come," the voice came again, louder this time, as if the forest itself was speaking to me. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure was so close now, its cold, faceless form looming above me. I reached out to grab something, anything, but my hands brushed only air. And then I heard it, a low, whispering laugh, like the wind itself had turned cruel. "You're already ours." In that moment, I understood. The forest, the land, this place. It wasn't just a house. It wasn't just a cottage. It was alive, and it had been waiting for me. I woke up back in the cottage, gasping for breath, my heart racing. The sunlight was creeping through the windows, but something was different. The air was heavier, more oppressive, like something was wrong. I stood up slowly, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. I turned around, and there, on the floor, just inside the doorway, was a single footprint. A footprint that wasn't mine.